Alrighty, guys. Good morning. Happy fucking Monday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning so far, guys. Uh-huh. Good morning, James. Good, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing some Skylines, no debated. As it turns out, yeah, the double patch actually made the game much better. Like, somewhat playable. Are you trying to imitate MASH? Are you a MASH fan, Idwin? It's like from the 80s in the US, but probably made its way into the Europe in the 90s or O's, maybe? Okay. Alright. No. Good morning, Vietnam! As it goes. When I was growing up, PBS showed reruns of that on TV. Because my mother's only got Air Channel. She didn't pay for cable. And it's not like Air Channels now. Air Channels, but people that don't have cable, guys, are spoiled when it comes to TV now. You get like literally like 20 channels out of 4 because of HDTV. Basically allows them to broadcast multiple channels on the same frequency. Everyone was pissy when the transition happened, but it was totally worth it. Get HDTV over the air. Crazy shit. Good. Oh, yeah. Alrighty. So yeah, we're going to be playing Skylines tonight, guys. No debated, but first, we're going to take a look at the Arrow. Anomalous Arrow Research Resolution Office. Anomalous Resolution Office something. Anomalous Automatic Resolution Office. I never remember the acronym because it's not exact. Arrow... .mil, yeah. Apparently I'm supposed to leave the stuff open, and for some reason it's closed today. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure I didn't close the tabs. But they're closed now. Okay. Yep. Anyways, Arrow stuff. Aliens, or unidentified flying phenomenon. All-domain anomaly resolution office. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Not Adaro. I guess Adaro didn't sound good enough, so they're like, yeah, we can't do that, man. We're going to have to change this up a bit. Yeah. Anyways, they release a report every 3 months or so, and they're due to have one in September, which they didn't release, but apparently they had a conference that was not allowed to be televised, or no one was televising it for some strange reason, which we're going to cover tonight. There's transcripts of it, as needs to be done, and we're going to take a look at it. I'm not exactly sure why. It wasn't televised, or like, you know, like they sit at a desk in front of like the banner, you know, like the movable curtains, and then they just have a conference. Yeah, aliens, but not aliens. Yeah, just the possibility aliens. I mean, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things as bulk. I mean, it's not necessarily aliens, by the way. as much as it's just a flying ball and you have no idea what it is. You know, there's a lot of things this could possibly be, right? Yeah. Look at this. Right there. Yeah. Oh, just someone throwing a beach ball. I think the best thing we came up with yesterday was it is a medicine ball thrown out of an airplane by skydivers trying to prank the military. So, yeah, that guy right there, that's definitely not a smudge on a lens. You can think whatever the fuck you want of that, but that's definitely not... good primer right there. This is really... because the resolution's pretty good. I mean, this is from a Reaper drone. Predator drone? Reaper drone? One of the two. Predator drone in Afghanistan from 2022. Yeah, and... good. Yeah, it's just fake. Yep, the government wants to fake us out. It's a true story. Yeah, it's a medicine ball dropped from metallically painted medicine ball dropped from an airplane. Yeah, by skydivers to prank the Predator drones in Afghanistan. So we figured that out yesterday. Just so you guys know, we have resolved this. We know exactly what this is. It's a medicine ball dropped from an airplane. So, in case you guys are really curious about this, by the way, this is not YouTube. This is straight from the Arrow website, which is a military, well, not a military website, but I guess it technically is part of the military. But it's part of the government. It's part of the Pentagon. So, yeah, this isn't me making it up. This isn't Bigfoot footage from YouTube. This isn't CG. There's no reason for the government to lie about this stuff, basically because they're incompetent at finding it in the first. They didn't have a publicly front-facing office or even anything publicly to gather intel on this stuff. So, yeah, this isn't really the government going, oopsie doodle, hey look guys, oh my god, we gotta ramp up our military to deal with this threat or something. Yeah, not really the way this has worked. This is just more of, hey, look what we found, we don't know what this is, and we're still trying to figure it out because Congress is forcing us to actually confront possibly a security threat, a threat to national security. This is my new favorite one, by the way, because it clearly shows something that there is no way you can actually try and describe that away. There's absolutely, it has to be like I was talking about being a beach ball just thrown from an airplane or a beach ball just dropped in the air the other day. There's literally nothing that this could possibly be besides like a UAV that's a sphere, but no one in the world can do this that we know of. So, you know, there aren't any UAVs that are spheres. The closest thing to a sphere UAV is like it has a shell over the top of the rotors, so basically it looks like kind of a sphere, but it still has cylindrical inlets for the rotors. Besides that, and that's very easy to notice because it needs to respect aerodynamics, right? The air intakes need to be free, and the exhaust ports need to be free too, and there's no reason really to do that besides making it look different. And this is not that. And it's moving way too fast, the wrong angle. You like have to tilt sideways and go like that to suck in the air, right? That's not good morning, Felipe. That's not not something you can look at and go, oh, this isn't maybe not little green men inside, but it's definitely a UAV and definitely not something from the Earth. But you know, the military can't really figure it out either, so this is good time for me to get my coffee. I love pointing this one out. This is my new favorite because it came out earlier this year. They released it earlier this year because there's literally no way you can look at that and tell me what that is. There's no way. We've tried. People have tried. It's not. Slane yesterday said it was a Mylar balloon, which it can't be because it moves way too fast at an angular movement. In regards, this is a Reaper drone loitering around the area. So this is which are a pretty big aircraft, by the way. It's a Reaper drone loitering around the area that's tracking something that's moving very fast because you can see it in relation to the ground. It's not standing still. Nope, I have not. I'd love to say I did, and I mean, I've seen some weird shit, but most of the time, you know, when you're just visually observing stuff outside, it just could be just whatever. Like, I've seen, like, you know, satellites, which may or may not be satellites, but, you know, like, seeing stuff move around in the atmosphere that's really high up. Could just be satellites. There's no way for me to prove that. I don't have any sort of evidence. It would be great if I did. I do not. And I am very critical of everything in life. And as such, I don't just go to watch YouTube and go, oh, I want to hop on. It's almost like the scammer feeling, you know? There is a feeling associated with you knowing that something is too good to be true. And, like, it kind of, like, claws at you internally, right? But you really want to believe it. It's like best way to describe it is the scammer feeling, right? You know you're getting scammed because someone's telling you something you know doesn't quite check out, but you want to believe them anyways. Yeah. It's, like, I don't cover the YouTube stuff. I do not. I only cover Arrow whenever this pops up because Arrow is the government. They really have no reason to lie to us. This footage is from someone in the military. We have no idea who it is. So there's no credibility. Like, they can't take, oh, yeah, this is my footage. Give me some views on TikTok so I can get paid money, right? There's no monetary value here. The government wasn't really keeping track of this shit up until Arrow came out. So, like, they don't really have a reason to lie to us. And they aren't trying to drum this up so that we, you know, like, people get scared and pay more money to the military. The military really has no idea what this is. And the footage itself has to be credible because it's from the military. And there's no reason for the military to have, you know, made it up. So, good morning, Johnson, or David. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of them. We're just covering this. This is not going to be what we're talking about tonight. We've covered all these in the past. The TikTok, gimbal, these are all the really old ones that are also unresolved because there's no way that you could have made this shit up. This is tracked through flares in like 2004 and stuff. F-18. Apparently in the military and the aircraft, this is very common to run into. So it's just there's no way to report this prior to this happening. So they couldn't. And this, you can find these on Wikipedia, by the way. But this is like stuff, older stuff that, like, there's no way they could have, you know, like, it wasn't made up. The pilots from this stuff, the three big pilots. So, like, I think, I don't remember which, I think it was Gimbal, this guy right here, where they had four, like, this was beyond, this is where, like, kind of like the military was kind of getting, people in the military were starting to question whether or not they should actually report this stuff. One of these, I think it was either this one or this one, had 4 people, so dual crews F-18. So each F-18 has 2 people in it, depending on which kind of F-18 it is. But they had 2 people in it. All 4 of them saw it, and they recorded it on the radar. And like, there's 3 of them that are very public about it. And, you know, 4th guy's probably like, leave me alone. I want to actually go somewhere in the military, not think people think I'm crazy or some shit like that. But there's like no way. You have like 4 witnesses that are trained military personnel that are, you know, look at things in kind of an objective lens because they aren't there to knee-jerk react and go, you know, like they aren't like a Twitch streamer going, oh my god, you guys, did you see that? Oh my god, that's amazing. Give me some more views. I need to hype this up. You know, they aren't doing something like that because they're literally airplane pilots and they're trained not to do that because that turns out not to be good when you're in combat. But yeah, like all these right here are the big ones that they've never been able to disprove. But I need to get my coffee, guys, so we can get into this. I don't want to spend the entire night talking about aliens. We can definitely get sidetracked on this stuff if I'm not careful. There's a lot of stuff. Like I said, I do not trust stuff for YouTube. There's all... So look at this video, guys. If this... I like bringing this up. If this was on YouTube, 100% this could be fake footage, right? You can look at this and go, oh, the stuff in the background's shitty CG, right? It's shitty CG. The quality's really low on purpose. You know, what is this? The quality itself of the video, very low quality. There's no way to, you know, visually say that this is actually a Reaper drone flying around. You know, like, there's all different ways you could actually say this is fake. If I saw this on YouTube, I would say this is fake. This is not from YouTube. This is from a Reaper drone from the military. So, the source really matters. That's why we generally do not cover stuff on YouTube. Unless it's something prolific or interesting. Yeah, even the stuff from Mexico that they're introducing was kinda... Yeah, then they went to the alien bodies, which apparently have been debunked, but also have not been debunked at this point. That's still in flux. Apparently, it's going to have to wait for the scientific community to get a hold on it, because there's people in the scientific community that say that they're fake, and there's people in the scientific community that say they aren't fake. So, I don't know. I'm just going to lean toward them being fake up until the point they aren't. So, that was disappointing. But that happens, so... You know, it's not about all the stuff that's fake or untrue or the, you know, the knee-jerk stuff where people are doing it for views. All it takes is one where it's real for all the other fakes to not matter. It's kind of weird how people get caught up in fakes versus reals or all the mistakes. So like with Elon Musk, you know, with SpaceX and Starlink and Tesla, and you know, people are talking about Elon Musk's failures. It doesn't matter how many failures it has. It matters what he actually does that works out for everyone. It matters what you do that works out. You know, it's your failures. You're going to have a ton of failures in life. That's just the way it is. But that's not what matters. What matters is the handful of things that come out that are actually true. But for some strange reason, people get caught up in the negative or in the fake side of things, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, some of these are resolved, right? Like, there's like an airplane. A couple of these are resolved where they figured out they're actually like artifacts on the screen. They have a shitload of footage. They're only showing us like 7 videos here. They have a shitload of footage, and They only have resolved, they have like 1,300 cases or something insane, and they've only resolved like, they have like 700 that aren't resolved or 600 that aren't resolved now. They reported the number earlier this year. I don't remember what it was, but they have a bunch that aren't resolved, and they are definitely not showing them all to us. So you can take that for what it is. This one, for instance, has been redacted. Like a lot of the information is redacted, but you see enough here to actually know what the fuck's going on, right? It doesn't matter if they redact all the sensitive information from it. I'm fully for this, by the way. You know, you can't always show stuff. And by the way, there's ways of redacting information without making it look so obnoxious, where you can scramble text. There's actually some really cool filters that people on Twitch use for games where you can't show chats, and it like scrambles the screen, but it looks still kind of normal, which is actually really kind of cool. It's almost like a polarized filter where it takes it and kind of turns it sideways, but then also strips it down or changes the aspect. Maybe you could unfilter it, but it seems to work pretty well. But anyways, you know, this I'm still happy with. The original footage only showed like this, and it made it more difficult to actually get a context of what's going on, because, you know, you can see a more footage area, right? I need to get my coffee, guys. I'll be right back, and then we're going to take a look at... We aren't going to take a look at it. We're going to hear the transcript from October. So, be right back, guys. But we're in kind of one of the weird modes, weird areas. And this only pops up every couple months, so. Last one where we covered this was in July, and then we did a kind of a unique one for the Mexican one, which was like a week or 2 weeks later. Where they did actually show some credible looking footage, and then they brought out the alien bodies, so. God. The kick mod moved me to Skylines2. Of course he did. Crazy folk. My laptop is slow as shit. I can't wait to get my other laptop back again. I sent it in for the 4th time. Yeah, I have not actually received a working laptop, and I've been without my good laptop for 2 months. Oh. Can't wait. Okay. Let's take a look at this. So this is Arrow report meeting. I think it was from Congress. It'd be great if we could actually find Google result today. There it is. And like no one covered this. This is probably one of the reasons there was no military invited. Was this? Yeah, so they did one without cameras, and as such, it looks like almost no one covered it. Off-camera media roundtable, October 31st. So this was 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Let's take a look. Let's get Charles in here, because I'm not reading to you guys.
Google Cloud Text-to-Speech
What?
enables developers to synthesize natural-sounding speech.
Susan Goff, all right. Good afternoon, I'm Sue Goff, for those who don't know me, from Defense Press Operations. Thank you for coming today to talk about RO and its website and the launch of the new secure reporting mechanism on the website. When I call on you, please identify yourself and your outlet, because Dr. Kirkpatrick does not know you like we do. For those who are dialed in, please make sure that you mute your phone. We're going to go.
I believe this is the lady that finally got the kicked out. So, if you guys didn't know, Arrow was supposed to introduce a website to report, like a database, to report sensitive and non-sensitive information from everyone, like, was supposed to be able to report it, I think, at the beginning of this year, and basically at December last year. They did not. And it wasn't until they appointed someone above Kirkpatrick, which is the head guy of Arrow, to kind of, like, manage him, in which a website popped out, which you guys can now visit, which is arrow.mil, I think it is, which we're just on. And you can actually report stuff now, but it took them 9 months after the deadline to pop out what looked like just kind of a WordPress website, which is pretty ridiculous. Very much seems like there's a lot of interesting theories on what's going on here as far as like why they're dragging their heels and whether or not they are dragging their heels. And Kirkpatrick said there's just a lot of red tape or bureaucracy, which could be entirely true, but it also seemed like she got in there with the correct clearance and just immediately cleared it up. And I don't know why it took so much effort to put a website up, but yeah.
For those who are dialed in, please make sure that you mute your phone.
Mute your phone, guys.
We're going to go for about 30 minutes or so. When I call on you, one question, one follow-up, and
seems
then
like longer
time
than 30
permits,
minutes.
We'll circle back around if people have more questions. All right, with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Kirkpatrick. RO Director Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. Thanks, Sue. Apparently, we have a bit of humor in our PA group by having a UAP briefing on Halloween. Thanks. Good afternoon. Thank you all for coming and joining on the phone. Today, per Section 1673 of the fiscal year 2023 National Defense Authorization Act, RO launched the second phase of our secure reporting mechanism on the ro.mil website.
Yep. So you can actually report stuff now. There's actually a submittable form. I don't know if it's for civilians. I think it's only for military personnel, though. Although there's nothing there that seems to check whether or not you're a military personnel, but they probably do after reporting it.
This phase of the reporting mechanism is for current or former U.S. government employees, service members, or contractors with direct knowledge of alleged U.S. government programs or activities related to UAP dating back to 1945 to contact RO to voluntarily submit a report. These reports will be used to inform AARO's congressionally directed historical record report and investigations into alleged U.S. government UAP programs, due to Congress in June of 2024. The form on the website is intended.
So originally they're supposed to report quarterly, and it now looks like the next time they have to report is in June next year, which is pretty insane. I don't know why they slowed that down, but here we are.
It is an initial point of contact with RO. It is not intended for conveying potentially sensitive or classified information. The form will take individuals through submission guidance, including determining their eligibility, and then will gather contact information.
I also want to say it's extremely crazy that the government hasn't had a way to report UAPs, UFOs, not little green men, by the way. Security threats, essentially security threats. The government hasn't had a way to report this to their higher-ups or any meaningful form to, like, let's say DARPA or the Pentagon or, what's a good one? CIA, FBI, I think, is internal. CIA is external. CIA, stuff like that. There really hasn't been a way to report stuff, like, even inside the military. Putting aside outside the military, there hasn't been a way to, like, report stuff in the military. And people in the military even talked about this. Like, Gersh even talked about this, where they just, this hand waved and you just were supposed to be on your way. Like, this is, like, supposedly the best military on Earth, right? Yeah, they're just, like, throwing out information because they don't like it. That's kind of crazy. Up until 21.
Individuals through submission guidance, including determining their eligibility, and then will gather contact information, data on their affiliation with the U.S. government, and some basic information on the UAP program or activity that they have a direct knowledge of. RO personnel will then catalog and review the submissions and follow up with the individuals as needed. All information shared will be protected as personal and confidential and will only be shared with RO staff for the purposes of contacting individuals for interviews. I'd like to emphasize that this contact form is for current or former U.S. government personnel to let RO know that they have information of alleged U.S. government
there's
UAP programs.
No way
or
they really
activities.
check it when you're submitting it.
We understand that members of the public are also interested in reporting UAP sightings to RO. We are exploring methods for how the public can do so in the forthcoming third phase of the secure reporting mechanism, but I don't have anything.
It's pretty amazing. It's not just video game development, by the way. Government obviously moves pretty slow, right? But it's pretty amazing. It's legitimately pretty amazing that it takes them 9 months to make a shitty website with a form where you can report that and someone checks an email box. Why? Why is that a thing? And how hard would it be for them to have a database, like a database where you can submit stuff and people can look at it? Like, not even the public, like people can look at it internally. Yeah, here, you literally can make a form of how to report it, date, scene, what you thought it was, a description of events, things that led up to the event, things that you were doing, and, like, you get the most amount of information you can, and gather whether or not the person has, like, psychosis, maybe are you on drugs, or were you on drugs, or, anything like that, right? And then the most important bit is photographic and video evidence, which also is something, like, submit to someone's Google Drive. I mean, come on. What the fuck is this shit?
I'd like to emphasize that this contact form is for current or former U.S. government personnel to let RO know that they have information of alleged U.S. government UAP programs or activities. We understand that members of the public are also interested in reporting UAP sightings to RO. We are exploring methods for how the public can do so in the forthcoming third phase of the secure reporting mechanism, but I don't have anything to announce about that today.
Yep. Might be half an hour, it might be longer than that, we'll see.
I'd also note that the secure reporting mechanism, now live on the ro.mil website, does not replace the standard reporting procedures established in the May 2023 Joint Staff General Admin message to the services and the combatant commands regarding how to report current operations.
May 2023. So now there's a way to internally report in the military from May 2023. This year in May, prior to June.
Operational UAP reporting and sightings. Personnel who observe a UAP should use the reporting procedures outlined in the Joint Staff message. Neither does this mechanism change the FAA reporting guidance for current observations from civilian pilots.
Also very important, because
civilian pilots to properly
there is an absolute ginormous amount of civilian pilots, and a lot of them see weird shit. It's not as much as the military, because apparently UAPs love fucking around with the military, probably because they go fast, and military go fast, and they're like, wee, whatever, right? But they have people that are civilian pilots in their limited capacity, like you're flying like a 747, you got like something like this to look out of, right? You'll still see shit, right? Even they see stuff, and there's like no way to report this. Yeah, very important resource right there is civilian. This is a civilian population, because the civilian population is huge. It is ginormous, and as such, you're going to get a lot more information. And I would say, like commercial pilots are a very credible source too, because they aren't quite military, but at the same time, they literally aren't trying to jerk off on YouTube. Maybe they are. Maybe they are jerking off on YouTube or Pornhub or wherever. But at the end of the day, they still have like a shred of credibility, right? It's not just discover the mystery on YouTube.
I'd also note that the secure reporting mechanism, now live on the ro.mil website, does not replace the standard reporting procedures established in the May 2023 Joint Staff General Admin message to the services and the combatant commands regarding how to report current operational UAP reporting and sightings. Personnel who observe a UAP FAA reporting guidance for current observations from civilian pilots. And we encourage civilian pilots to properly report UAP sightings to air traffic control. RO receives UAP-related pilot reports or PIREPs from the FAA. I'd also like to take this opportunity to strongly encourage any current or former U.S. government employees, military or civilian, or contractors who believe that they have first-hand knowledge of a U.S. government UAP program or activity to please come forward using this new secure reporting mechanism.
So this is this is after what Gersh happened in June, and June kind of showed that there's a little bit of a disconnect between possibly what's happening in the government and what Arrow thinks is happening in the government, which they're supposed to be in the know, and apparently they aren't, or they're covering it up, one of the two. It's kind of a weird scenario. By the way, I highly recommend you watch the UAP congressional hearing from July, with Gersh and the three eyewitness, not eyewitness, one of them was eyewitness testimony from three military personnel. Highly recommend that. And it's pretty enlightening. And there's a very big disconnect between like possibly what's going on in the government, people in the government knowing, Congress not even fucking knowing, and Arrow apparently not knowing or possibly knowing, and they're willing to say.
FAA reporting guidance for current observations from civilian pilots. And we encourage civilian pilots to properly report UAP sightings to air traffic control. We want to hear from you. As I've said, the information you submit in the form
now they want to hear from them.
Additionally, any information that you provide in a subsequent interview will be protected according to its classification. By law, RO can receive all UAP-related information, including any classified national security information involving military intelligence or intelligence-related activities at all levels of classification, regardless of any restricted access controls, special access programs, or compartmented access programs.
Okay. They can receive all UAP-related information, including classified national security information involving military intelligence. I think when Gersh was in Congress, he said like there's a level above like classified, like like kind of like shit out of the movies, where people like Congress is like some people in Congress can receive the highest level of classified information, and they weren't even getting the stuff, which is kind of like a peeve. Like it was interesting, like the whole group of people in Congress, the very, very different group of people, like all different backgrounds. It was actually kind of endearing. I mentioned it before, where people that otherwise are very, very different in their political views are all coming together to kind of shoehorn this together. Pretty cool shit. But yeah, like people that were supposed to have the highest clearance possible, highest classified clearance possible, were not actually receiving information on this. Yeah, and Gersh had information about it that they didn't even have, which is kind of, despite them requesting it. And here they're saying they basically they have the highest level clearance possible to receive as much information as humanly possible, but they still, we're just saying that we can, and then just like they aren't getting it anyways. Yeah.
Moreover, there is no restriction to RO receiving any past or present UAP-related information, regardless of the organizational affiliation of the original classification authority within the department, the intelligence
they're trying to retcon it,
or any other U.S.
They're saying they can receive anything, regardless of when it was coming out.
And with that, I will be happy to take questions.
Yeah, kind of weird that this wasn't, the press wasn't invited and they didn't record it, but here we are, guys. I guess it flies under the radar if you don't actually have, like, I can't show you guys anything, right? We're just looking at text or transcript here. Okay.
Muz, Goth, Brandy, Q, thank you so much, Sue, and thank you for doing this. I hope it's the first of many more. First, I have two questions, but I want to follow up on something you just said. Before this new mechanism was released today, RO.mil had this guidance that you mentioned from the GENADMIN for military operators. Can you distinguish a little bit more between these two reporting?
So between the website and internally.
Specifically, military insiders should be reporting current and former observances moving forward. This mechanism from today is for current, specific and former DOD contractors and military insiders. So, how do the current sort of distinguish between the two, if that makes sense?
Yeah. So I'll tell you about the report mechanics.
Dr. Kirkpatrick, right. Yes, it does. That's a great point, and I want to spend just a moment trying to explain that very carefully. So, this reporting mechanism that is on the website is for people who think they have first-hand knowledge of clandestine programs that the government has been hiding. Really, this is about the historical report here, right? The part of the RO's mission that Congress has asked us to do in this review going back to 1945. To include in interviewing all of the whistleblowers and anyone that wants to come forward and present their case and make their statement, for the record.
So this includes historical whistleblowers too, which there's a couple prolific ones throughout history. There's one guy from the 80s, I forgot his name. Sling goes on about him though. There's a couple people throughout, the history that have been like, there's something going on here, including, Area 51, right? Area 51 obviously probably is not a alien military base anymore. Maybe it was at one time, but I assure you it's not anymore, because why would they just, hey, let's hide secrets exactly where people are going to look for them, you know, one of those things, right? Yeah.
Operational reporting is different. That is, pilot's flying around, and he sees something in his airspace and he needs to report it. That goes through operational channels.
Dude, if I was in the military, guys, and I was a pilot, I 100% would strap a GoPro to my helmet. If there isn't one already, strap a GoPro to your helmet. Like, one of the videos we saw was literally of that. It doesn't take much. Bob Lazar, there you go. It doesn't take much, guys, and you can literally put it on loop and it'll just delete the old footage, right? So, and then you get it cleared through the military or whatever, but if you see some weird shit, you know, why wouldn't you try and record it, right? Why wouldn't you do that? As long as it's within your means and you're capable of doing it within your system that you're operating in, why wouldn't you record it? You can. We live in a day and age where we all possess a recording device, and if you're up there in a military aircraft and you're recording stuff with your phone, you know, maybe buy a $50 GoPro or a used one for $40 on eBay. You know, you probably can afford it, and maybe you're looking silly. Who knows? Maybe you can't strap stuff to your helmet. I also don't know if you can do that, but you know, put a dash cam up there or something. I don't know. There's a lot of options here, including like really cool 3D cams now that record footage in 3D and strap it all together, which would actually be really cool if it's on top, like sticky to the top of a canopy, where it would record basically the entire canopy view in 3D. It would actually be pretty cool for just in general for footage.
Operational reporting is different. That is, pilot's flying around, and he sees something in his airspace and he needs to report it. That goes through operational channels, and that's what the GENADMIN guidance provides. That pilot needs to report it both through the service and through the combatant command that they're operating under, whether that's in NORTHCOM or in CENTCOM or in INDOPACOM. Those instructions are in that GENADMIN guidance. That
So there's
also
specific
provides
clearance
guidance
that
on
they
what
need
they're
for
supposed to
for
report
military pilots.
operationally, the timelines on which they have to do it, and the amount of data that they have to collect and provide back to RO so that we can take action and go and investigate that. And so there's an operational piece, and then there's a historical piece. Does that make sense?
So the website's mainly for reporting stuff that's older, I guess is what he's saying right now. Apparently, in the case of the military reporting, he said that there's timelines associated with this, because there is. Gersh was up there talking to people on the stand in front of Congress, and he said they're actually deleting information, not intentionally, but rather like flight recorders and pictures and stuff like that get deleted over time because, you know, it just amounts to a shitload of data, right? So there's actually a timeline in which they have to go in and grab the records. Otherwise, if they don't, it just disappears. Whether or not that's a cover-up or not, or just incompetence, or just the military, you know, just trying to, you know, not upgrade their hard drives. Who knows? Regardless of the fact, it does happen, so it actually makes sense that they're actually trying to stop that in some way.
Q. Yeah, helpful clarification. And then while I have you, AARO's past reviews so far have repeatedly emphasized a priority on this need to close domain awareness gaps that are specifically associated with sensors and data collection. To be clear, AU is your office, or will you be assisting military commands with
This is actually probably
purpose-built UAP-specific sensors or capabilities?
So this is probably actually going to help the government actually be more concise. As weird as this sounds, you don't realize this, but guys, but the government is made up of a bunch of independent systems, and they never really communicate well with each other. You might think that they do like some CIS level shit or whatever. It's not. It's literally just a bunch of disjointed, broken systems, so getting stuff to talk to each other probably actually works in the best interest of the government, even if it's kind of a headache right now.
Abilities on platforms to bolster your reporting. Can you give us a status update? If so,
people were grilling NASA for this, by the way, for not actually trying to capture data about aliens or possible aliens. Are they going to add sensors?
Dr. Kirkpatrick, sure. So, there's a lot packed in there, so let me try to undo that. First, we have a lot of our reporting comes from military sensor platforms, F-35s, F-22s, Aegis radars, whatnot.
Aegis is a missile defense program.
All of those sensors have to be calibrated against known objects, right? So, we're running...
And also, one of the things that they discussed before is military is generally trained, like sensors are trained to spot heat signatures like missiles, right? They aren't designed to spot little metallic orbs that are floating around, because that's not a known threat. That's not something they're looking for, right? And it could be seen as a bird, because birds do happen, right? So the military itself, depending on what you're talking about, in the military is designed to look at different things that may or may not, have a more known heat signature or more known form that we're looking for, like missiles, aircraft, tanks, things like that, right? That generally most things emit heat, and when it comes down to like weird thermal signatures, it'll show up as a weird blip, and people are like, oh yeah, the radar's acting up. You just hit it a little bit and tune the knob a little 0.1% or whatever, and all of a sudden it disappears. And as it turns out, the data actually might be meaningful. And I think that's what he's talking about here, which is the fact that they have to retune stuff so to actually to get meaningful information from it.
Dr. Kirkpatrick, sure. So, there's a lot packed in there, so let me try to undo that. First, we have a lot of our reporting comes from military sensor platforms, F-35s, F-22s, Aegis radars, whatnot. All of those sensors have to be calibrated against known objects, right? So, we're running a campaign and have been for the last year or so on here's what a weather balloon looks like in an F-35 when you fly it at Mach 1 in all of the sensors. Here's what it looks like on from Aegis, and then take all that data and turn it into models that we can then put back into the trainers so that the operators can understand what they're looking at. That's part one.
So they're actually retraining sensors to look for essentially erroneous data, would otherwise be seen as erroneous data. Like generally the, putting aside UAPs, UFOs, right, the government has generally, even the weather balloons, it was a 22 or 21, where we had the weather balloon fiasco with China. They're talking about basically how stuff was flying over the U.S. and they didn't even keep track of it generally, because most of the time it just seems like junk, birds or data that the radar's having a bad day, maybe a storm's happening or something, right? And they aren't really keeping track of it. So now they're basically talking this is how you train AI, by the way. You basically, in this case, it's humans that are looking at the data, but it's how you train AI too. You look at a model, so you create a model of things that you have to look at, and then you look at how it appears on different systems, so then you can match it up, right? And you can cross-correlate between the two. And or actually train AI to do this, which would be even better, because AI can do stuff like this, right?
Part 2 is then looking at, where are our data gaps? So, our domain awareness gaps don't necessarily arise because we don't have a sensor. It arises because we have a lot of data that are tuned for missiles, aircraft, large things that we're looking at, coming over the poles, that sort of thing. There's a lot of data that's not looked at. Answer,
generally not relevant.
Going through all that systematically with a lot of our S&T partners and our operational partners to go. If I put a calibration sphere out in the middle of the US and I have, say, FAA radar data on it, what does it look like? And can I pull those signatures out and turn them into something that we can then queue off of? The idea being we want to reduce the number of UAP reports that are actually just balloons or actually just drones. Right, I need to get those off of our plate because those aren't UAP.
Yeah. But at the same time, they could be if you look. Yeah, like we just covered earlier, guys. If you look at this, how would radar regard this, right? Yeah, if you look at this, if this wasn't just an eyewitness catching this, whoever's operating the Reaper or Predator drone here, if he is what the fuck is that? And then starts following it. Do you think radar is actually going to give a shit about that? Yeah, nah. Now radar is what the fuck is that? It's a bird. Fuck off. It's like a 4-foot wide sphere floating through the air, right? Yeah. So most things aren't designed to capture this. Kind of the weird thing is like I mentioned before, the disjointed systems. You have a bunch of different things that are interacting with each other, right? Different ways you could approach it, like FAA, Aegis, which he's talking about with the missile defense system, which I guess we have now. I didn't think that was actually a thing, by the way. They're still testing it. Apparently, maybe we do have it. That's kind of a weird drop because, if you look at the pages or the information on Aegis, it's they have testing in Hawaii or whatever, and it kind of sort of works, but not really. So maybe it does exist in the U.S., which it should. We've talked about that in the past. It's a completely different topic, but it's kind of weird how we don't really have a working missile defense system. But putting that aside, you have FAA with municipal radar, access to municipal radar to commercial airlines that are flying around. you have a lot of data that can all be cross-referenced against each other, but it's in separate disjointed areas. So you'd have to be able to timestamp and get all this data at the same time of things that are covering this specific area, and then you could cross-correlate with it. It'd be even better if it's in real time, but we don't have anything like that, right? That'd actually be insane, right? You'd have like complete coverage, but there isn't anything going on like that, regardless of how much money we apparently pump into the military. Like stuff like that still isn't like an interconnected system for monitoring stuff doesn't really exist, which is, I guess, the way things are. But once again, just kind of a testament of where the government is, military is, as far as capabilities, I guess you could say. So anyways, he's talking about weeding out false positives here. This entire area is about false positives, and then training for what are false positives and what aren't.
Then when we have gaps, and by gaps I mean either operational gaps or a capability gap, then we will put a purpose-built sensor out in place to do search and track and ID and characterization. We have a couple of those already built and deployed.
Interesting.
They're being calibrated against known objects, and we're using them to do.
Another thing that could be used to track stuff is weather data, by the way. And while, you know, your weather station might have the Storm Tracker 5000 or whatever, right? Most of it's gathered from, I believe, the meteorological, the U.S. Meteorological Place, which is basically a bunch of radar that's designed to capture storms, basically, storm data, because it also is used for things like tornadoes, right? It's like a public defense system. So, like, if environmental weather happens around you that changes your environment, they can actually track it and help prevent deaths. That's actually really important, right? Meteorological, what is it called? U.S. Weather tracking. All pulled from the same thing. This is a proprietary website, and they might have their own dishes somewhere or radar stations, but most of it's not. National Weather Service. They have a name for it. But anyways, that's another resource they could cross-reference. This is a big one, by the way, because coverage for the National Weather Service is huge. They cover almost the entire U.S. And while it's not exactly the same thing as radar, because it generally, so the way, I mean, and it does use radar, but what it's generally tracking is precipitation and I believe it's like the volume or density of the air. So like it looks at how much resistance there is in the air, more or less, when it's, you know, like the radar is looking around, and the resistance in the air, so they can figure out if storms are there. You probably can't use it to dial in on, actually, I mean, I've seen some weird shit, but that might be proprietary, and it might be based on, like, you know, your local weather station, where they show you, like, tracking, like, geese and stuff like that. Maybe that's possible. A good resource here would actually be the Weather Service for what Arrow is doing. And they haven't mentioned the Weather Service because it's not technically military, but it very much has a lot of coverage, a lot of data, and a lot of it's interconnected because all these weather websites all pull it. Weather is big, you know, regardless of whether or not you, regardless of whether or not you think it's not big. You know, your parents talk about the weather. Everyone cares about the weather, and it happens everywhere, right? And even not in the U.S., there's generally really good weather tracking across the world. And then there's weather satellites in space too that help correlate and cross references. I'd actually say one of the best ways of catching UAPs is the Weather Service and the cross-referencing the data, because it's all pretty much interconnected already because it was pertinent to do so. And cross-referencing this with the FAA and with existing military systems would be a really, really big deal. National Weather Service. Did they even, let's take a look here, guys. What do you think the chances are they mentioned the Weather Service at all? Weather balloon. NWS. No mention whatsoever. It's not something generally people look at. And as such, I don't think it's actually... Maybe I'll tweet at Arrow. I don't think they care, but you know, maybe they do. Let's scroll down. Where were we? F-22s, gaps. They're building purpose-built devices to cover the gaps.
So, we have to do that. Well, you can't just run the sensors 24/7, because it costs a lot of money to do that, because we pay, you know, staff to go out there and run them. But we can build some dedicated sensors that are automated, that will just survey an area for a long period of time, couple that with some overhead collect, and now you can get kind of a picture of what's there.
Arrow actually has a Twitter account.
For 3 months at a time. Then you'll know if there's a difference in that, and we can try to figure out if there are anomalies in there.
Yeah. God Arrow. Audible, yes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look, guys, it was censored. Yes.
Q. Are you working with all the commands? Dr. Kirkpatrick, we are predominantly working with, the short answer is yes, we will work with all of the commands. We send guidance out to all of the commands. But we are really involved with NORTHCOM, INDOPACOM,
I don't know what those
CENTCOM
are.
right now.
Does Kirkpatrick have a Twitter? Allison Kirkpatrick. David Kirkpatrick. Kirkpatrick, Arrow, Twitter. Let's try. Conan O'Brien. No. Okay. Oh, this is about Gersh?
Q. So, David Grush, the whistleblower who came forward to News Nation, says he reached out to you to share his discoveries, and that you didn't follow up. So, did you follow up and investigate his claims? He says he still hasn't heard from you. So, ultimately, why haven't you two connected?
You public?
Dr. Kirkpatrick, so, Mr. Grush, since RO has stood up and since I've been director, has not come to see us and provided any information.
What? I mean, he went to Congress. And Arrow's been around for a year and a half? What?
Q. And sir, he also says that he briefed you before you assumed your position in RO. Have you had the chance to follow up on any of the inquiries that he made or talk to any of the witnesses? So, the last time I believe I spoke with Mr. Grush was when I was in the J2 at US Space Command about 5 years ago, and it was not on this topic. Now, we have interviewed a whole range of people, over 30 people now. I think we've interviewed most of the people that he may have talked to, but we don't know that. And we have extended an invitation at least 4 or 5 times now for him to come in over the last 8 months or so and has been declined.
What? Why? This is kind of a curious... Huh. Like, the shitstorm that Gersh made in July. Uh-oh. So one of two things is happening here. Either Kirkpatrick's lying or Gersh is looking for attention, which is not something you want, right? I'm not saying it's not completely legit, but if he's not actually going and talking, I don't know what's going on there. This is pretty straight to the point here, which is they extended an invitation 4 or 5 times and he refused. That's pretty straightforward. There's no other way of looking at it. Like, oh, maybe it wasn't the right time or something like that. So for something that's a pretty big deal for him, why is he not looking at Arrow? Why is he not going to Arrow? Considering he mentioned in July that Arrow didn't talk to him or want to talk to him, or he already talked to them already and didn't want to talk to him. What is going on here? He has interviews with like 5 billion different people too, so that's not good. That's either a credibility issue with either Arrow or with Gersh, one of the two. And I don't know what other way to... This is, by the way, where Gersh should have literally have been there and go, hey, let's talk afterwards, because there's no way they couldn't have talked, right? Like a very public setting, very forward-facing. They're just like, clear your board. Let's have a conversation. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what to make of that, guys. So then they changed who they're talking to.
A's go to Pat Tucker, Defense 1.
Yeah. Hey there.
Q. Hey there, thanks for doing this. So, during that July hearing, there's obviously the appearance of Mr. Grush that earned a lot of headlines. But also David Fravor, former Navy pilot. There's this 2004
That's from the
video that has now become
TikTok.
very famous because of the New York Times reporting on it.
Yep. A lot of people reported on it.
And I wonder, I know that you don't necessarily have a priority list in terms of which of these incidents you need to get to the bottom of, first. But do you have any more information, or have you been able to come to any hints or inclinations about the nature of that now very famous 2004 video, purporting to show UFO taken, or UAP, from sensors aboard an F-18 Super Hornet? Dr. Kirkpatrick, okay, so cases, the way we investigate cases, we really prioritize more the operational ones from today than we do going backwards in time. And the reason for that is there is no supporting data to actually analyze. Right, so, that video, that's all there is. There is no other data to put behind it. So, understanding what that is off of that one video is unlikely to occur.
This is why people
Now,
say,
whereas
like, you know,
today,
did the
we
aliens
have a
build the
lot of
pyramids?
data.
It's just
Somebody
too old.
sees something,
This is
there's
even
going to be
recent,
a lot
too.
more data associated with it that we can pull that apart. Radar data and optical data and IR data.
Yeah. And they're still having problems collecting all of it to begin with, right? And there's just nothing else to pull from it. Even if it might be true, they don't have anything else to look at.
As far as that particular one is concerned, there are some outstanding questions that I've had in talking with some of those pilots that we're going back to the Navy to do some research on as far as what happened with any of that other data that may have been there at that time. And a lot of that is going to be historical research. And I think one of the important things to note about that is, up until we issued new guidance to the forces to retain data, the way data is handled on these platforms is they don't retain them at all, ever.
Classification and at the same time data storage doesn't make sense. It actually doesn't make sense from the military standpoint to hang on. I mean, to be fair, storage is fucking cheap as shit, and they probably should not be deleting it. They probably should have like an archive storage somewhere. I mean, they fucking store all sorts of shit, right? Why wouldn't they have, you know, written records too? Why wouldn't they store data? That it makes a lot of sense that they should store data, like the government should store data and have a giant farm somewhere, and you know, with no internet access, right? And just everything is just logged there manually. It'd make a lot of sense. I don't know why they don't. It wouldn't actually be that big of an undertaking. Data storage, I mean, when fucking YouTube exists, data storage is huge, and it would be very possible for them to do so, right? I don't know why they don't, but that's where we're at, right? Because data is important. Data, you know, it's not important right now, but you might find out that it is important, and you want to go back and look at it, right?
I mean, they retain
Talked
them
about
for
this earlier.
24 hours, usually. If there was an incident on the platform, like there was a malfunction, they would reuse that data to analyze what that is. But then when they go back out, they essentially overwrite the data storage.
Like
They don't necessarily
closed
pull
camera
that
loop.
off and keep it anywhere unless there's a reason to. Back in 2004, there wasn't much of a reason to because that wasn't part of the guidance and authority necessary to go off and do that. Right.
Right. Okay. I need to take a piss real quick here, guys, and clean my coffee cup and grab a soda. Be right back, guys. Okay. Okay, so they're talking about overriding data.
Dr. Kirkpatrick. So, we have changed that now, again, with the Gen Admin guidance that we issued in May that directed all the services that should a report like that be made. They have to retain all the data and get it to us for analysis so that we have a better chance of actually getting into what is that thing. The farther back in time you go, the less data you have. It is highly unlikely we're going to get any resolution out of that that's going to satisfy anybody, just because there is no data to be looked at.
Yeah. So, unresolved. Unclosed, unresolved. Stamp it and put it in the warehouse, even though it's possible. Like, it kind of sucks, but it's possible. So, forward looking, they're trying to iron things out, but in the past, not really much they can do.
Q. Okay, and real quick follow-up. So, today you're setting up this new procedure that people can come to you and talk about report previous programs that may not have been reported related to UAPs. I know you've got one team that just looks at old, kind of classified info and that you merge their findings with your science team that looks at senses and physics, etc. Just real quick, are you finding any at all obstacles within the bureaucracy of the US Department of Defense or US government that's preventing you in any way from looking over classified information to find the existence of programs?
What is this?
Absolutely not. We've had great cooperation, and we have access to anything we need.
So, keep in mind that there's politics operating here, too. Kirkpatrick doesn't want to burn any bridges, right? He doesn't want to point any fingers or whatever. But, like, how long it took them to get their website online, and when they're talking about, I forgot her name, that got put above, like, to institute, like, the website and the programs there. Head of... There's something, basically, as a position above Kirkpatrick. They instituted some from Congress or a general or something like that, who then immediately got stuff done, and Kirkpatrick mentioned that it was because they ran into issues with getting the proper clearance and getting things ironed out. So, kind of a different answer than what we saw in, I think it was in May from the Q1, basically the report from Q1 in May, I think it was. A little bit different, and kind of dragging their heels, and it took them forever to get the website online, which, once again, is just kind of like a WordPress. So, yeah, I mean, take it with a grain of salt. You can't ask someone, are you running, what issues are you running into? Can you, point fingers? He's not going to say anything, right? So, I don't completely believe this, but at the same time, it's just kind of the way it is. Thank you, whatever. Are you comfortable with staffing levels currently with Arrow for the second phase? So, funding?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, I think that gets it really sort of what am I expecting as far as throughput. Right,
On a case
so
they can look
let
at?
me give you my thoughts on that. The quick answer is I'm satisfied with our starting point in our staffing. Right, I have access to surge capability if I need it. But if I look at this through the lens of if we start with the hypothesis that there is a highly protected program somewhere that very few people have access to, then I would expect very few people would be able to come and report that. Right?
I mean, the weird part is where Gersh apparently has access to that, and Gersh is either not talking with Kirkpatrick or Kirkpatrick's not talking to Gersh, and there's really, yeah. Do we have to sit them down in the same room? What's going on here? And who's actually lying is kind of what this turns into, because one of them's lying, because they're both saying two conflicting things, right? We know someone is lying. But who is it? Don't know. And this is kind of the weird thing, because Gersh was talking about how there is a highly protected military program there, and he has information on it, which he could share with Congress, which he supposedly did in July, privately. And this is, yeah, okay.
Because there aren't that many people that would then, in theory, be briefed to that. If I, however, get hundreds and thousands of people trying to make a report because they think they know something, that is also an indicator of, well, it probably there isn't one there. Then if I've got thousands of people, because you're not going to have thousands of people briefed to a program. So, we're waiting to see how this plays out over the next couple of weeks. But I do have surge capability available if we need it.
Is that in regards to the surge capability or regards to the secret programs in the military? Okay. And why would it be, you'd expect it to be months or years, right? Months or a year.
Answer is that one of the things you all are contemplating regarding this third phase, which is taking it to the broader public.
So this is talking about FAA stuff?
Yes. So, third phase will meet our final legislative requirement for the broader public to report any UAP event. And we're exploring how we're going to do that and mitigate what we expect to be a large volume.
Let me go to the phones again. Jeff Shogol? Jeff Shogol. Jeff Shogol.
Q, thank you. I just wanted to double check on a new thing, something you are asking current and former government employees if they have evidence of a former clandestine UAP program. What makes you believe that such a thing might have existed? And if the government kept it secret before, why should a government employee trust you now?
So this is, all this, by the way, this is kind of not completely changing their tune, but Kirkpatrick never really focused on hitting government programs up until Gersh did the thing in July. He said the things, he did the things, he talked to Congress, and Congress probably got on Kirkpatrick's ass. So regards in the questions as well as him discussing it are a little bit different than earlier this year, which we've been covering it basically since 21, I think when they first announced congressional UAP hearings, was in 21, I believe. We've been covering it ever since, because this is actually pretty interesting stuff, right? And this year, they've definitely changed their tone in regards to possibly being and they're actually taking it serious, too. This is Arrow, which is apparently capable of taking on information, all the classified programs, is actually taking the idea of, a secret government program seriously. From Arrow, which is, from Kirkpatrick from Arrow, which is the military, right?
Kirkpatrick, well, let's see. I currently have no evidence of any program having ever existed as a to do any sort of reverse engineering of any sort of extraterrestrial UAP program.
Currently.
We do have a requirement by law to bring those whistleblowers or other interviewees in who think that it does exist, and they may have information that pertains to that. We do not have
so they can get arrested if they
right
think they have
now.
information?
And why should they come to us?
Because they're whistleblowers and they want to do the right thing, I guess. Oh, it's rhetorical.
Well, they should come to us because, well, it's in law that we are the authorized reporting authority for them to come to. They are protected under the Whistleblower
Which
Act.
was because of Gersh earlier this year?
Legislation, and we
Last
have
year.
a security mechanism
It was like at the end of
by
last
which
year.
anonymously and confidentially bring them in. Hear what they have to say.
Before
research
whistleblowers
that
could get
information
sued and sent to
protect it
jail,
if it
by the
isn't
way.
truly classified.
Or killed even.
And if it's not classified, then we can validate
legitimately
that as well.
executed. Depending on how they were regarded as enemies of the state. Yeah, kind of like movie shit. Which is what Q, thank you. That's not... Questioner is thinking. Okay. Next one.
O.E. Clark with Defense
O.E.
Media
Clark.
Activity. What do you mean by the mechanism specifically? Do you just mean you have facilities to host a classified discussion? Or you have people with clearances? What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
Kirkpatrick, for them to come in, once we contact them and bring them in, we can bring them in. We can do a couple of things, right, and we can be very flexible depending on where these folks are in the country. We have facilities here that are able to take any classification level.
So it is really weird that somehow Gersh and Kirkpatrick have not met, in regards to what they're talking about. This just makes it even weirder, right? So they're very flexible. They literally can fly to them, right? They're kind of like doing a CIA or FBI thing where they just go on and have interviews with people. Yeah. And go talk to someone who's smoking a cigarette in their house, one of those things. And somehow Gersh and Kirkpatrick have not met. So, they could have a independent person that probably actually someone from Congress could be there while it's going on. So, an intermediate party? Do they need a neutral party there, or what? What is this?
So, if they wanted to come in and they really think that they have a named program and they know what that program is and it's somebody's program that's their SAP of some sort, then they can come in into a protected space that is allowed to take that information and discuss that information, and then we can document it there. If they're uncertain, we can actually do it via other secure mechanisms, whether it's a classified phone call,
Zoom?
or we can send somebody to them to
Zoom.
debrief them in places that, around the country that we can take them to and bring them in securely. But all of our staff are cleared, all of our debriefers are cleared to do all that.
They can have a Zoom call. Yeah, so really, like, he sounds like he's, just let us know we're here for you guys, right? One of those things, but somehow Gersh and Kirkpatrick, they haven't done the thing together, and they do the thing. They talk to each other, right? And oh my God, the wheels come off the government or whatever, and they have not.
Q, and then just a quick question. Can you kind of unpack what specific maybe changes or how this would differ from previous whistleblowing processes? Right, so, theoretically, somebody would have been able to exercise their whistleblower rights prior to your office. What's changed?
Gersh.
Kirkpatrick, so, they can, and they can still do this. If they have a whistleblowing complaint, like fraud, waste, and abuse, they can take that to the IG and provide that information to them. The difference is, I can't investigate what they give to the IG because that will be wrapped up in whatever personal, complaints they put into that. Right, so, it's a law enforcement piece at that point. If I can extract that information from any personal complaint that they might make, say, for retribution, I don't need to know any of that part.
Okay.
I just need to know about
Don't want to get tied up in personal vendettas.
Research what they're saying that program is. And since we're the ones that are authorized by law to go do that research, and as was pointed out earlier, address any classification from any organization, we're going to be the ones that you're going to want to go do that with. Right, because if you go to the IG, for example, you go to DODIG. DODIG will be limited to DOD capabilities. Right, then if they have an IC thing, you go the ICIG, they'd be limited to what's in the IC portfolio.
I don't know what some of these acronyms are, guys. Just basically saying branches of the governments are separate, and reporting processes are separate, but they can take on everything.
We're able to bring all that information together and actually research it and cross-reference it with the archives. Across all of the National Archives have been great partners in this. In fact, I'd like to highlight for you all that in our research, we have with them uncovered a whole bunch of new documents that they have digitized and put out on their website.
Once again,
And
shouldn't destroy
some more
information.
that we're going to be releasing here fairly soon.
Interesting.
So, it's a very powerful mechanism to allow us to dip into anybody's information.
Dude, if there are people working at the National Archives, they're like librarians, possibly people with librarian degrees. Like, they are literally interested in anyone that is interested in whatever they're doing, because no one's interested in what they're doing, right? So, yeah, kind of makes sense that the National Archives, once again, data that they're just deleting on the day-to-day should 100% be stored somewhere in a data vault, basically a data vault with no internet access, right? And possibly the National Archives, or equivalent of National Archives, right? And they could 100% do it, but they don't. So, long-term storage is 100% possible for all the data that they delete on the day-to-day. It's just they don't do it apparently yet. National Archives has been very helpful, yeah. National Archives isn't like, they don't have like a score to settle, like they don't really have an agenda, so just like anyone that's looking for something they can help out, right? Yeah, kind of interesting. Interesting government, like looking at this stuff, guys, and seeing how Arrow is developing in terms of how they're interacting with other branches of the government, kind of tells you a little bit about the state of the government too, which is pretty cool.
Okay, Brandy, go ahead.
Brandy now.
Q, it's just a quick follow-up. With this new process where people are going to be reaching out in the second phase to let you know that they'd like to talk to you, and then your team will reach back out, what is your sort of expectation in terms of timeline for when people should expect to hear back from you guys once they submit their
turnaround time?
Kirkpatrick,
Oh.
Yes, that's a good question. So, we've initially,
Okay, so kind of an interesting thing here is that actually they make it sound like they found something in the National Archives and they actually can present it to the public. At least that's what's appearing here, which is kind of curious because a lot of stuff in the National Archives, by the way, you can search pretty much anything in the National Archives. It's just there's so much shit there. There's just so much stuff that it's next to impossible to find. And some people do, and they find some interesting things, you know, like the doxed government reports, right? Stuff like that. You'll find online, redacted government reports and stuff like that, which does actually exist. It's just there's so much data, there's so much stuff, it's next to impossible to find a needle in a haystack. But apparently they found something and possibly can present it to the public, which is interesting. Anyways.
Kirkpatrick, yes, that's a good question. So, initially, this has not been implemented yet, but in the next update to the website, there's a couple of things that are going to happen. One, we've got a new user guide that's going to be released, so that will help guide folks on how to go through that. We will also be implementing almost like a receipt. You put in a submission, you'll get an automatic message back that says, hey, we got it.
Oh my god, a case number. Mind blown. A help support ticket system? No way. No way, Kirkpatrick. No way. That's not really all that interesting. This is, just like I said, just kind of showing how the government just kind of, you know, falling behind or unable to keep up, one of those things. Bureaucracy is moving slow.
A little bit of possibly a frustration is, especially if I get thousands of inputs, we're not going to be responding to everybody. We're going to be looking at their submissions, and based on what their answers are and what they provide to us, prioritizing those and the ones that we feel have first-hand knowledge of something that we need to research, we will reach out to quickly. So, we'll be collating the inputs on a weekly basis, and then looking through that, prioritizing them and sorting them, and we'll reach out accordingly to the ones that rise above that threshold.
So, have a bunch of people sorting out reports, I guess. I don't know, depends on how many reports they get. I wish they would actually, I liked when they put numbers on things, and they, yeah, if you guys notice, there's a complete lack of numbers. Earlier this year, 6 months ago, actually because it's November, 8 months ago, they were talking about numbers of cases they got, and there's no mention of numbers, right? There's just, oh, yeah, this is our methodology, we're kind of looking into things, so there's no real meat to the potatoes.
Q, in past years, AARO's funding levels have been, you know, a bit of a concern for some lawmakers on the Hill. From what you've seen for this upcoming fiscal year, what's been floated around for AARO's number? I know that's classified, but do you believe that is adequate to continue expanding your capabilities?
I believe earlier he said they had plenty of funding and then like burst funding or something.
Kirkpatrick, yes, so, you know I can't talk about budgets that haven't been submitted yet or haven't been funded yet, because we are in a crossing. And we haven't, of course, they are still classified, but the short answer is yes, I think it will be sufficient if they do anything that's in our realm of possibility right now.
Yeah. Let's go. Okay, on the phone. Ethan Holmes, you still have a question. Ethan Holmes. Oh, yep.
Q, indeed. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me all right?
Hello?
Can you hear me all right?
Hello? Yes. Okay.
Q, excellent. Thank you. This is Ethan Holmes with Sputnik News. 2 quick questions for you.
It's kind of cute. There's actually like public entities here, right?
With foreign governments, including potential adversaries, to try and broaden the datasets on UAP. And if so, has there been any interest or enthusiasm among allies and partners on that? And then secondly, have any lawmakers from Congress reached out to RO about their idea for a select committee on UAP, and is RO supportive of such congressional efforts? Thank you.
Meaty question. So, foreign governments, so geopolitical interest or enthusiasm among allies or partners, and secondly, have lawmakers of Congress reached out to AARO about their idea for a select committee on UAP, and is AARO supportive of such congressional efforts? I don't know what the select committee is. I think that involves Congress being involved in AARO, which they honestly should be. The whole reason AARO exists is because of Congress at this point.
Kirkpatrick, so, on the first part, we have coordinated with some allies and partners. We're looking at sharing information as we find it. We are looking at establishing ways to get any reporting that they might want to contribute to the collection of data. That's all in preliminary discussions right now and is ongoing. We certainly have not reached out to any adversaries, for a variety of reasons, not the least of which they're adversaries. And then as
Okay.
far as legislation is concerned, we don't comment on pending legislation, so I don't think I can answer that one.
Not even going to humor the question. That's interesting in and of itself. I think you misunderstood the question. He's talking about enthusiasm from partners, not from adversaries. I did say including potential adversaries. Kind of curious. So they did look to some allies and partners, but not really to adversaries, and he didn't really discuss whether or not they've been helpful or. It's just like a very, very, very black and white questioning sort of thing where there isn't a lot of meat to his answers. I don't know if it's intentional or not.
Q. One quick follow-up question. So, you said you think you've all talked to the same people David Grush did. Are you able to expand on that? What did they share with you all?
Uh-huh.
Kirkpatrick. Number. For a variety of reasons, so obviously, we are obligated to protect all these people's identities for all kinds of reasons.
Okay.
What they are reporting, we are documenting. They are reviewing and then revalidating that this is what they want to say. We then research all of that collectively.
Okay.
There is a, if you think of it as a story arc, there's a number of people that kind of fit into this story arc.
Okay, so they definitely are looking at what David Gersh said, despite the fact that apparently Kirkpatrick and Gersh haven't actually talked to each other for some strange reason. They are actually looking into kind of what Kirkpatrick said, but once again, it's another very, very hollow answer, which is he just answered that they talked to him and they did the stuff, and not really any regards to things that were discussed, just that they did the things and did the stuff. I guess.
But then there's these little offshoots and variations on themes. We're investigating each and every one of them. We're cross-referencing those. There are some bits of information that are turning out to be things and events that really happened. A lot of it is still under review, and we're putting all that together into our historical report.
Yeah. Nothing they can talk about in regard to Gersh at all.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the phones once more time. Because of the mic issue, I didn't hear if that was Howard Altman or Pat Tucker before. So, if it wasn't you, Howard or Pat, do you have a question?
Howard?
Q. I do. Thanks. It's Howard Altman. Thank you very much. A couple questions. 1. Does RO have access to US government orbital imaging and early warning satellite products? And if so, how
that's
many
generally
have
used for
captured
missiles?
UAPs? And the other question is, why does the DOD release footage from same pods of intercepts with Chinese fighters, but not of unprecedented kinetic shootdowns over North America? Thank you.
So what he's talking about here is kind of interesting. He's talking about so the government orbital imaging and early warning satellite products are generally something that's used for ICBMs, so missile systems, which actually does make a lot of sense. So something where you have a possible launch at U.S., right? And that's actually a really interesting point in and of itself, because that stuff should all be interconnected, because it's kind of important if Russia tries to nuke us, right? Yeah, kind of important. Maybe a little bit important, and probably actually a good source of information there, and I agree with him. I'm still going to tweet out the weather service, because I think that's actually a really good idea. And much more down to earth, but, you know, much more down to earth. But that's actually a really good one right there. Is basically the missile defense system and satellites capable of tracking threats coming into the U.S., which it should, right? And the second one is the pods that intercept Chinese fighters, but not the unprecedented kinetic shootdowns. So this is talking about the weather balloons they shot down. Remember, we were talking about this earlier in the stream. The weather balloons they shot down in 21 or 22, whatever it was, over the U.S., which there wasn't really... I mean, there was footage at the time, but... most of the stuff, I believe some of this wasn't really televised at all. Like, they didn't actually have footage from it, which is kind of curious in and of itself. Because some of them, they didn't actually say what they were. Some of them were weather balloons, and some of them are like, yeah, we shot down another thing. I think in Canada, there's one they shot down, and they didn't actually mention what it was. That might have been updated. That was, that was a while ago, but interesting.
Kirkpatrick, so, the answer to your first question is yes, I have access to all the overhead imagery I need. I have not seen any of them that have collected UAP. We have collected lots of UAP that turned out to be balloons, and those look nice. As far as the release of data release and footage is prioritized based on the geopolitical environment of the time. Right.
Okay. So politics matters whether or not they can release footage?
So, engagements with Chinese fighters, Russian fighters, have a much larger priority in getting it through the review process for declassification than UAPs or other similar engagements. We are, however, working through those processes which all exist, and we've got several of them actually already declassified and ready to update on our website.
He said they had adequate funding, by the way. They 100% should look into an internal staff that declassifies stuff that they are working on, right? So you get a branch of the government and you fund basically them to expand their capabilities solely for your branch of the government. If that's even possible, I don't even know if that's possible. But whatever organization that's working through classified footage, you can have basically in-house people from that branch of the government that would then work on the footage for you, because you need to have priority and you don't currently have it, right? So possibly something money could solve, but might be something where, once again, you're running into red tape or bureaucracy, and despite him saying that the none existed, you're literally looking at an issue of that, so. We've been putting them out as quickly as possible. They haven't updated anything on the website as far as footage goes in the last 6 months, 8 months. It's been a while. Actually, the website didn't exist 8 months ago. Publicly facing, what we've seen.
As we can get them through that process. I think what is important for everyone to understand is the process for declassifying a video depends on who owns the platform. So, it's not just I have to go to the DoD, Big Dod, and ask for declassification. I have to go to the combatant command or the service that was operating that at the time.
So, kind of curious bit here, guys. We watch YouTube videos. We watch Smarter Every Day, right? Smarter Every Day, he went onto a submarine, basically a nuclear submarine, and got footage, and it took him a while to get the footage back, but it only took like 2 months, I think it was, 2 or 3 months, for them to turn around the footage and declassify it. Basically, all the footage he took while he's on the nuclear submarine, where they had to scrub it, look through it, make sure there's nothing sensitive there, cover the screen, censor everything, and send it back to him, which, I mean, I guess maybe it's a PR piece, so it got expedited. But that also kind of, like, that's the turnaround for a YouTuber. A turnaround for a YouTuber is 2 to 3 months. So, what's going on? Yeah, we have 6, 30-second videos, and that's it. Yeah, certain things here don't really match up. If you actually kind of have context and you have other data points that you can actually use, stuff like this makes a little bit more sense, right? In our case, we're talking about a YouTuber, which is Smart Every Day. By the way, it's actually pretty cool footage if you want to go and look at it. It's on his YouTube, where he tours a nuclear submarine, a working U.S. nuclear submarine. Very cool stuff. But that actually is, like he said in his video, it took him 2 to 3 months to get it declassified. And, yeah. Kirkpatrick, I don't know what your cue is and what you're talking about here, but a YouTuber got it declassified in 2 to 3 months. You probably could do better. We're just going to say, like I said, having people in-house from branches of the government that can actually look over stuff and have clearances to authorize it, yeah, that probably where they want to start, is having an in-house thing where they can actually clear all the different branches or have a way of doing it, and apparently they don't, or something, I don't know, but if YouTuber can do it, you probably can do it. Yeah, obviously, if you aren't going to be hostile as of someone asking a question in this case, but it's pretty clear that things aren't aligning here, as we are finding out. This isn't actually that uncommon. We've talked about this before. Things don't actually completely line up here. One most glaring of which is David Gersh and Kirkpatrick have not actually talked to each other, apparently, despite the fact apparently Kirkpatrick has invited him 4 to 5 times, and Gersh has said no or declined, and they're willing to go basically anywhere in the U.S. to see people. There's something going on here. Sub as a steam engine. We've talked about nuclear submarines are powered by steam, yes. That's where you learned that from, Slane. You learned it from my stream, where we talked about the fact that nuclear power isn't really just converting from It's not converting from nuclear fission to energy. It's actually converting to steam through heat. Yeah. We've talked about that. Let's see, where were we? You learned from me!
What operation was it doing when it engaged it? How do I then make sure that what we're declassifying doesn't give away, not just sources and methods, but also operational details? Why was this platform where it was? What was it looking at? These are the kinds of questions that have to be answered, but it has to be answered by the operational commander, which is the combatant command in which those things occurred. And because they all are different, the process and the timeline for getting each of these events declassified varies. And it will continue to vary until we can figure out a better way to do business.
I mean, Dustin figured it out. The YouTuber figured it out, apparently. Any more questions from the room? Was there anyone in the room?
Any more questions from the room?
I didn't hear anything about this.
Dr. Kirkpatrick, do you have any closing remarks?
Well, no one else apparently wanted to ask questions. There's like 3 people here. Not exactly sure how they picked out people. I didn't hear about this at all. That's the only reason we know about this, guys, is because I searched Aero Department of Defense hearing, and this popped up in Google. This is a transcript from defense.gov. This is a transcript, not from any of like the department or national security reporting websites, so commercial stuff, right? Not from news outlets. This is a transcript we found on the Department of Defense, which is kind of weird. That's why I said this whole thing's kind of weird. It feels like they're trying to sweep it under the board. And the very fact that there are no more questions when they constantly ran out of time earlier when they had a media, where the media could attend. They're running out of time, and this wasn't recorded, televised at all, right? There's no video recordings here, and it looks like pretty much everyone was over the phone. I think everyone was over the phone. Very weird, very, very weird. This in and of itself is kind of curious why they did this, and it feels an awful lot like they're trying to limit what people could ask questions about. David Gershom, which obviously the most interesting because they have to address the elephant in the room, right? This is. Yeah, no more questions. Oh, really? We're coming in another 30 minutes? We can go to lunch. Let's go get some Subway. Subway's really fucking expensive now. Yeah. Very lackluster. Minimal possible effort here. And luckily we found it on Google, but like I had to do, well, like when I looked for it again, I had to do 2 different Google searches to find it. And I heard no one reporting on this, so kind of weird, but whatever.
Kirkpatrick, I think the one thing I'd like to leave you all with is the website is a living thing. It's going to evolve as we do more and more here. We've got a package of a lot of new material.
A lot of talk about the website here, which isn't really
We've
a big
uncovered
deal.
some things that we are having declassified. Not just operational videos, but historical documents that we've had declassified that we're about to release in the coming days and weeks.
That might be very interesting. I mean, if they think it's actually fit, because if it actually exists already, they see it as fit for the public to know about it. That's kind of cool. But yeah, a lot of this was basically about the website. Yeah, I get the website exists. It should have existed, 11 months ago. Actually, I mean, it came out in September, so it should have came out 9 months ago. But I guess he's proud of the website. But there's a lot more things that are more interesting to talk about than just the website here, right? And it looks like they intentionally limited who could attend this, or I mean, most of these sound like they're people on the phone, which once again makes it even more off-camera media roundtable. It makes it even seem even more. They're trying to make it so it's less media attends, less things that can come from it, right? More minds means that more people could ask differing questions and asking stuff that's the same, or some people didn't think of, like when we looked at the footage from July. No, was it July? No, I think it was earlier. This is May. It's from Q1. We looked at the footage from that. You have like people going up to the mic and it's the NASA footage, going up to the mic and addressing NASA. There's some people that had really not so amazing questions, and there are other people that had really good questions, right? And that really determines how these meetings go. And if people are kind of the same or not, like they're on their own little stint and they don't really know what to ask, it generally turns out kind of poopy. And this is kind of what would happen here, which could be also why they did it in the first place. So I mean, the interesting thing here that they mentioned is there's possibly documents they got from the National Archives that they're either were declassified or they're working on being declassified, that they're potentially think the public needs to see, which is very curious and interesting in and of itself. But once again, they have a shitload of footage, and we're only seeing a handful of that. I don't know, maybe other parts of the government are dragging their feet. It's very difficult to tell because it's all internally working, bureaucracy internally working, right? All the different parts are interacting. YouTube, smarter every day, got their footage released in 2 to 3 months. 2 to 3 months. So Kirkpatrick, they may, if he's not intentionally doing this, and if he's actually trying to do this, it could mean that someone's dragging their feet somewhere. For whatever reason that means.
We've got some educational material that will help inform the public. So, you should expect to see things evolve on this platform every 1 to 2 months, I would say, just by way of how long it takes to get things through our process.
And it has been evolving, and it does seem like 1 to 2 months. Once again, there's actually a submit button now. It is moving very slowly, but it is moving. That's good. But the interesting thing here is, I would say, by the way, so you should expect to see things evolve. We got some educational material that will help inform the public. Inform us on what? That's kind of that's the interesting thing here. We've uncovered some things that we are having declassified, not just operational videos, but historical documents that we've had declassified that we are about to release in coming days and weeks. I mean, days is pretty fast. I wouldn't expect that. This is, I haven't seen anything, by the way. This is from October 31st. Apparently their PR, like he said, PR department had a sense of humor because it's Halloween. But yeah, maybe it's a psyop, guys. They did it on Halloween just so people would avoid, talking about it or something. I don't fucking know. But yeah, so there's actually some things here he thinks people should see. I would agree with that, and it's kind of curious that this exists in the first place, right? But this is probably one of the most meaty things they had. A couple of the most meaty things we've got out of this, guys, since this is the end of the interview. The two big things here, I would say, is that David Gersh and Kirkpatrick have not talked to each other. For some strange reason, despite what happened in July, did not talk to each other. And the other big one is that they've basically found stuff in the National Archives, which, once again, you have to know where to look to find stuff there. It is huge. You'd have to know the programs, you'd have to know the dates, you'd have to know where to look to find things, right? They archive everything. That doesn't mean people know what they're looking for. Yeah, and I don't think they have Google there. Maybe they do have Google there. Maybe they have their own internal version of Google that really, 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 really sucks dick. If you ever been to the library, when you're a kid, I used to, well, not always go to the library, but I'd occasionally go to the library. And to find a book in the system, you had to use their own internal, basically, version of Google, like search system, right? It was horrid. It was absolutely terrible, with like the blue screen and the yellow text down there, and you type it into their 80s computers and clickety-clack it. Yeah. To find a book, yeah, it was horrid. And I can only imagine the National Archives are kind of like that right now, which is they have their own internal system that's, vetted and supposed to work and, doesn't have any Chinese bugs in it or Chinese backdoors in it or whatever to give out classified information. And it probably really, really, really sucks. Really, like how much Yahoo search sucks and how much Bing sucks. Yeah, it probably sucks a lot more than that. So maybe, like finding stuff there's like a needle in the haystack, so to speak. And it's actually kind of curious. They would actually know where to look because they actually have access to the sources that are now coming forward and talking to them, right? So they could actually know, even if it's declassified, know where to look in the National Archives in the first place. Actually kind of cool. So the two big things, Kirkpatrick and Gersh haven't talked to each other, and one of the two are lying, and we don't know which it is. And the second one is they possibly found information that they want to give out to the public that they think we should actually know about right here. This is basically sums it up, the entirety here. Right here.
We've uncovered some things that we are having declassified. Not just operational videos, but historical documents that we've had declassified that we're about to release in the coming days and weeks.
Yes.
We've got some educational material that will help inform the public.
Yeah, that in and of itself, kind of interesting. And they said they're going to update the website, whatever. You can't force them to update faster, but like the videos here, the website has been changing since I looked like maybe a month or 2 months ago. The website has been changing, but the videos here are largely the same, and these you can actually find in other parts of the internet. These aren't unique to Arrow. This one is, this is relatively new. This is, I think, from earlier this year, or last year. This one is from earlier this year in May, Q1, right there. And those are interesting. Like, they aren't really things, right, that you can just go, hey, this is a weather balloon or something, right? This is a fucking pilot with a GoPro on his head, and he's looking at something fly by his windshield. Very nice footage, by the way. Yeah, that guy right there. Yeah, that's not a speck on the camera, guys. Once again, it looks almost identical to the ball in Afghanistan, and I don't think they're really that right there. Metal sphere. Yep, we don't generally have levitating, Kegel balls here, so yeah, we don't have levitating Kegel balls yet. Unfortunately, not yet. Maybe in the future, but as of right now, we don't have levitating Kegel balls. Yeah, that guy right there. They need to put a speed. Oh, they do. They do. Thank you. Very useful. 0.25 it, guys. This must have been recorded in 30 FPS. Once again, guys, if you do real-life recordings, record at 60 FPS. Do yourself a favor. Do everyone a favor. All footage should be 60 FPS if it's real life. This looks so much better. Right there. You got like maybe 5 frames of it flying by. Guy right here. I can literally count the frames while I'm going at 0.25. 4 frames. Probably could actually figure out his frame rate. My guess is it's 24 FPS because that's what most videos are shot at, right? And that's even worse than 30 FPS. That's generally footage, for movies, whatever. Come on, you can use 60 FPS. Yeah, it's like 4 frames. Yeah, at least it's a pretty good quality video. It's very fast, but compared to what else has been coming out, this is actually not super horrible. But like you look at stuff like that, they only have like a handful of these on their website, and you probably can do better. Oh, the selfie? No, not really. Almost. But stuff like that. All the things we want to see, but are not available to us. Kind of, second runner-up here is obviously declassified information is actually kind of cool and curious, even if it's not as interesting and engaging as videos like this. I don't know why that, like, if you want to record it and you don't want to invite the public, just fucking wheel in the mobile curtains and sit there and put the Department of Defense logo on the background. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. I mean, come on. And instead, we have to read a transcript. The weird thing here is Department of Defense, right? So this meeting, was it even on their website? Not. There's no meetings here about the congressional hearing in UAP report in July. NASA, they don't need to really cover, but it's actually pertinent to their website. The NASA talk about how they're going to address UAPs, also very important, not here. This transcript is not even on their website. Well, let's hold on here. Pump the brakes. So it's not here. April 19th. Aircraft trackers. Trackers, satellite trackers. Yeah, they don't. This press coverage we have to find on defense.gov, which is, basically like the National Archives, isn't even on the Aero website. Is it? Not. Let's see. So something that's directly related to Aero and their website isn't actually on the website. Media discussion. Powered by a modified version of Google. It's not on their website. So I understand they move slow, but like, do they just not want you to know about this? That this happened? Why? 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 Asking the question no one that they don't want to hear is why? Why? The why's the learning questions, guys, are always the best ones. Why? Why? I found this Googling for what did we Google for? Arrow congressional hearing, and it was right here, and I found it was dated, and obviously everything else here is from earlier this year, where everyone was covering it, right? Not a single source is covering this, from what I've seen, is covering this. I think there's defense.gov was another one. There's a couple websites, but look at our search results here. Arrow, let's try Kirkpatrick Roundtable. Look at my results here, guys. Up the debrief. 5 days ago. He's going to retire in December. What? What's going on here? He's going to be retiring at the end of the year.
The Department of Defense, DoD, has confirmed that the scientist currently leading its investigations into sightings of unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP, reported by military personnel will be retiring before the end of the year.
It's just formed.
Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, who has led the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARO, since it was officially launched last July following enactment of the FY 2022 National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, has announced his plans to leave the position in December.
Why?
Kirkpatrick's plans for departure, confirmed by Politico on Tuesday, were officially announced Wednesday morning in a statement issued by Deputy Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks.
Oh, Kathleen Hicks was the one that put above him.
His departure had already been in circulation beforehand.
This is the chick that they put in there that actually just got like the website immediately pushed through. So maybe there is some feet dragging here, and they aren't trying to point fingers. Who's gonna take over his position? Is the really curious part.
During his distinguished 27-year career of public service in the Department of Defense and the United States intelligence community, and since assuming leadership of RO, Dr. Kirkpatrick has served the American people with honesty and integrity, tackling an incredibly difficult mission to explain the unknown, Hicks said on Wednesday. Hicks, who had taken a more active role in coordinating with Kirkpatrick and RO in recent months, praised Kirkpatrick for his efforts with RO, during which he and his staff investigated more than 800 unidentified anomalous phenomena UAP cases, led an extensive search for U.S. government and contractor programs associated with UAP, and established the department's first public-facing website, which helped bring greater transparency to the department's work.
Okay. Who's going to take over?
Just hours after Hicks confirmed Kirkpatrick's plans to leave, the DoD announced that Timothy A. Phillips had been officially selected to serve as AARO's deputy director. In May, the debrief reported on an unclassified vacancy for the position, originally posted in late April, which detailed the responsibilities for the second-in-command position. On Wednesday, the DoD said Phillips had officially arrived on assignment for the position.
That's curious. So who's replacing him? It wasn't Hicks, which I actually kind of expected Hicks to replace him. An exact match could not be found. Okay. His LinkedIn's missing now. Okay. It's because I'm not signed in? Litigation, the representation of insurance carriers. Political strategist. Oh, this looks like someone that literally is going to hide everything. Him? Might not be him. No, this isn't him.
A member of the Senior National Intelligence Service since 2006, Phillips brings to RO his extensive experience in geospatial intelligence collection and mission management, expertise that is critical to enabling DoD and intelligence community components to successfully identify, characterize, and resolve unidentified anomalous phenomena, the Pentagon said.
Yeah, that sounds like someone that can figure things out, but it also sounds like someone that is not interested in what the public wants. Or maybe even Congress. Ruh-roh.
On Tuesday, Kirkpatrick told Politico that Phillips would serve as interim director after his departure, until the Pentagon hires a permanent replacement. Kirkpatrick and RO have received significant attention in recent months. Last month, the release of AARO's 2023 annual report on UAP added a total of 291 new UAP reports to the collection of cases it is currently working to resolve.
Interesting, so we have numbers here now. And 2023 annual report on UAP. It's a PDF document on arrow.mil. When did this come out? October 2023. Might actually be, this might have been more worth looking at than that, this is on their website. Their website does not include this here. Text. Okay. From August 31st, 2022 to April 30th, 2023, they gained an additional 274 reports. Consisting of 274 that occurred during this period. You can't search this either. You can 100% search PDFs, guys. They made it so you can't search their PDF, which means Google can't search this. It's an image. What the fuck? So, search engines can't actually, unless you look for it once again, search engines can't actually scrape it. Maybe if you have some sort of AI that can translate text to, like, image to text, or text, you know, whatever, image to text, they could figure it out. This is non-searchable. This is an image. This is like, you know, I can look at it and read it, right? But this is actually not something AI can read or Google can read. It's a text document. Huh. PDFs definitely do not need to be text documents, by the way. That's curious. Interesting. Where was I? That's why we didn't find a number, because it was actually in here. So they had 274 reports that occurred during, what is it, April? How many months is that? 4 months. During 4 months, there was 274 UAP reports that would happen during that time period. Yeah, so they're in 4 months they had 274 reports, and 17 that occurred outside of it. It hadn't been conveyed. Yeah, I mean, that just, this is still getting off the ground, mind you. This is basically a year and a half old. This arrow.mil is a year and a half old. Not the website, but Arrow itself. And they already have a significant number of reports. I mean, that's a lot. Assumedly submitted by military personnel. And then 17 there, yeah, I guess you could call these legacy reports that aren't, like, active, relatively active. In 2019 and 2022. Reporting from this period continues to depict a strong but shifting collection bias. Most reports still reflect bias towards restricted military airspace, result of reporting from military personnel and sensors present in such areas. This bias has been lessened by reporting from commercial pilots, showing the more diverse geographic distribution of UAP sightings across the United States. We saw this in, you can see this here, right? We scroll down, where they're seen. This is basically, oh, this is different than the website chart. But basically, like we talked about, why it's found on the eastern seaboard, western seaboard, and essentially Middle East, Afghanistan, right? And then Japan is because this is where the military primarily operates, in the straits here too. Yeah, because that's generally where the military operates, is on the seaboards, and then Middle East, and then a little bit in Japan. Korea, I think this is. Yeah, so they're saying that basically this is the same thing if you're in college, guys, where they talk about the stigma associated with. It's very easy to pull college students, right? Because they're you end up with a bias so associated with. They're very much more. They have much more initiative. They're willing to do things that are new and different, right? And they're less stuck in their ways. So you'll end up reporting on. You'll get a bias associated with whatever studies you do in a college because it's the college itself, right? And that's a small population, small subset of the population, very specific one. Outside of just normal people that might even be in the age demographics. The same thing here. You're just getting military personnel. Not to say that that's all bad, but there's going to be a stigma or a bias in where they're reporting from. And it might just show you the limited amount of information instead. You can't fucking search it. U.S. airspace, littoral waters, and therefore reports come to the U.S. and a U.S.-centric collection bias will grow insignificantly relative to the rest of the world. No reports indicating UAP sightings have been associated with any adverse health effects. Interesting. They aren't trying to kill us. Whatever UAPs aren't trying to kill us. However, many reports from military witnesses do present potential safety of flight concerns, so if you got like fancy UAV pilots flying around their UAPs, they might put our pilots at risk. There are some cases which reported, this is from October this year, by the way, and this is nowhere. This is fucking nowhere. This isn't even, I don't even think this is on their website in that little snippet at the bottom we looked at. I'm pretty sure this wasn't in the snippet. So, like, you have to know where this is on the Arrow website. What the fuck is this? So it does exist, but they definitely aren't going out of their way to help you find it, which is fucking weird. I don't know why, it's considering Arrow is, and this is unclassified, you can see right there. They definitely are not going out of their way to, help me find this. Like, it's not just posted, hey, look at our consolidated annual report on UAPs from 2023. Why is that just not a big banner across the... Is it on... Maybe, did I miss it? Did I miss it? October 2023. There's nothing including that conference we just looked at. Dude, they... Come on. I mean, they literally don't want you to find this shit. Like, they're trying their hardest for you just to not see it. Last date published, October 31st, 2023. Like, I get the website is slow. This is on the website as a PDF. Why is it? Hey, look at the news. Hey, look, guys, this just happened. We have a new PDF on our website that you're supposed to look at. It's right here. It's right here. Oh, look, Google can't even fucking scrape it. What the fuck? Yeah, like, this is a picture. This is not searchable. This is not searchable unless you have some sort of AI that translates it to text. I think that's very intentional, by the way, because I think it is more work. It is more work to convert a PDF to an image than it is to just upload it with text in it. This takes more work to do this. This isn't just people not being lazy or whatever. This is 100%. It's not on the website, and easily foundable on the website. And it's not a searchable text document or PDF. Okay. Anyways, this is actually more interesting than the text, the conference we just listened to. Concerning performance characteristics such as high-speed travel or unusual maneuverability. Arrow has declassified these cases with potential U.S. programs and continues to work closely with data intelligence community. While the mere presence of UAP in airspace represents a potential hazard to flight safety, none of these reports suggest UAP maneuvered an unsafe potential to civil or military aircraft. That would indicate intelligence, right? It's not just a natural phenomenon. So you can immediately understand that something in AI or organic is controlling them, because they aren't just flying erratically and just fly into aircraft, right? Because you probably would have cases of that where the magic sphere just happened to collide with something in the air and blow it up. There isn't. And like, just if you like, a null hypothesis in psychology is where you talk about something where you don't really have you don't have a way to put a you don't really it's not outwardly observable, right? But the fact that it exists, it exhibits presence itself. So eventually something's going to collide with one of these in the air, like an F-18 is going to collide with one, right? It's just whoopsie daisy, you know, because there's bird collisions. There's bird collisions every year. Like if we look at this, for instance, you know, they aren't as common as birds, but how many bird, what are they called, hits, collisions in an aircraft per year? This is actually relatively common and very destructive. 13,000 bird strikes, that's what they're called. 13,000 bird strikes annually in the U.S. That's where basically they hit the windshield and explode, but they can also hit engines, they can hit the side. Those are birds, by the way. They can hit engines, and birds are kind of smart, right? They try to avoid things, but they still run into shit, right? So whatever's flying this stuff around is intelligently trying to avoid hitting aircraft, assumedly trying to avoid aircraft. So immediately you know that they aren't just like a unintelligent phenomenon, because otherwise we would have we'd have UAP strikes, and they probably would just blow up our aircraft whenever they hit them. So yeah, and they tend to linger and prefer military aircraft, and seemingly prefer military aircraft, but they're all over the place. This is kind of curious in of itself. Like I said, the opposite. So while they aren't intentionally going after aircraft, they also are avoiding aircraft because they aren't running into them, right? Eventually they're just going to run into one, or it'll be close enough where it'll be like, holy shit. Although none of these UAP reports have been positively attributed to foreign activities, these cases continue to be investigated. So there's nothing, well, people, they said they, you know, he said, well, they aren't aliens, but they also aren't seemingly foreign in nature, right? They aren't really China or Russia, right? Or Australia or what, Japan? Japan, like with their mechs just in the Atlantic Ocean or something? While this progress is facilitating collection of analysis of the UAP problem set, the continued volume and unidentified nature of most UAP is a direct consequence of gaps in domain awareness. So where Kirkpatrick in the interview was talking about how they don't have deployed sensors in certain places, this is also clone of that. I'm 100% going to tweet at them about National Weather Service. Probably would be a very, very good partner. Not exactly what they're looking for, but they could probably train it to look for what they want, to get a rough idea. A weather service in general, and all the meters they have available, which is cakes the entire United States. And the world, for that matter. Not necessarily the weather service, would be... just legal jargon. Set 274 reports in August to April. I said December. That's actually like 6 months. August 2022 to April 23. 274 UAP reports in that time period. No transmedium or space domain reports. I think transmedium includes ocean, and space includes space. UAP reports were submitted to Aero. As of April 30th, 2023, Arrow has received a total of 801 UAP reports. Isn't even up to date with when this document was made in October. Okay, no lights. Not reported. This is different than the website. The website had a giant chunk that was round and sphere. Now we have the no type is 53%. And I assume this is most up to date. Yeah, it is. Full year 2023. Round and sphere is actually 25% of reports, and no indication of shape is 53%. Reported altitude, which once again depends. There's a lot of bias here depending on where military aircraft operate, as is this. Vast majority of confirmed sightings of unidentified lights without specified shape at widely varying estimated altitudes. None of these reports suggest UAP were exhibiting anomalous characteristics, maneuver to an unsafe proximity to civil aircraft, or pose a threat to flight safety, which also means they were attempting to avoid a bird hit. Yeah, like they aren't just flying around randomly. And they do respect other aircraft, seemingly respect other aircraft, unless you get like Maverick flying around in his UAP. It looks like they try to avoid bird hits, becoming a 747 takedown. Health concerns. Once again, this is actually more interesting to cover than the conference, which is probably why this is hidden. Once again, this is not a searchable PDF. This is buried on their website. Okay. And I think the only reason it's here is because it needs to be here. Like, it's a requirement. Minimal negative possible effort here. Not minimal. Minimal would be not an image document. It would be a searchable document. Negative possible effort. Analytics confirming that only a very small percentage, I mean that's still some, of UAP reports displaying interesting signatures such as high-speed travel and unknown morphologies. Well, I'm actually kind of curious what unknown morphologies means. Like they can change shape? That's actually pretty cool. A large number of Arrow's holdings remain technically unresolvable because of lack of data. I mean, can't come to... you definitely can't come to a decision on something if you don't have enough data. That's true, but you can also make educated guesses on a lot of things. But I guess they aren't employed to make educated guesses, right? So there's some truth to that. For a few subjects that do demonstrate characteristics of interest, Arrow is approaching these cases with objectivity and analytic rigor. The approach includes physical testing and employing modeling and simulation to validate analysis of underlying theories. How can they do physical testing of stuff that isn't in their possession? Okay. You're reviewing those results before reaching a conclusion. They're talking about, just like in the conference, they're talking about how much effort it takes to declassify stuff. Once again, Smarter Every Day declassified nuclear submarine videos in 2 to 3 months, so they probably can do better. I love bringing that up. Yeah. One of the uses closely guarded secrets, right? Yeah. Smarter Every Day went and toured a nuclear submarine and got footage declassified in 2 to 3 months, so they probably can too. Do better, I think, as the kids say. Airborne UAP continue to dominate UAP reporting with 290 of the 291 reports. I'm actually curious what that one report is. Obviously, they're easier to see right in the air. What is the one report that's not airborne? Look at this. What is the one? What is that? Was it a trash bag? I really want to know what the one is not. Integration with maritime domain. What is maritime domain? Is that like ships? I think that's shipping. Domain that could impact security, safety, and economy of the marine environment. Yeah, so shipping, but also includes underwater, I assume. There's actually a lot of monitoring underwater, if you guys didn't know that. Mainly for Russian submarines from Cold War era stuff. I don't know if they're still functional, but they did exist for a long time. Like, we actually have like an underwater net, so to speak. Crude underwater net from the Cold War. Whether or not that still works or is even remotely useful, I don't know. But it did exist at one. What was it called? Cold War underwater monitoring. U.S. reviving Cold War era underwater surveillance network. Submarine spy program. Sound surveillance system. SOSUS. There it is. I think it was spread that well, but I mean, all they basically had to do is watch for submarines, not for UAPs, right? That exists too. At one point in time, it existed. Lots of cool, interesting stuff in the military, guys. It existed at one point or another, lost the annals of time. Trying to make strides in the collection process on how fast they collect data. Dude, are they trying? This is like photocopied and then scanned. Why? Things that actually matter. Finding arrows assesses that UAPs in this case were almost certainly case resolution, Western United States. Military aircraft. Oh, I think this is giving a breakdown. Essentially a breakdown of what it was. What something would look like when they report it. Glossary of terms. So, the big takeaway here, guys, is that this is this is an image. This is not searchable. This is not scrapable by Google or by Bing or whatever, unless they specifically like use some sort of AI to convert from image to text. This is not on the website anywhere. This is not on their website anywhere, despite the fact that this is literally part of their organization. Come on. Come on! October 23. Nothing. Neither the conference nor this document are here. Anyways, we're like Kirkpatrick apparently is retiring this year. Why? Kind of curious. Yeah, so the debrief found it, which I'm kind of curious how they found it, because it's not actually anywhere on their website.
Just last week, the Pentagon announced that a new secure reporting system had been established at AARO's website.
You can click a
for
button
US
and submit a
government
form.
Personnel who may know about secret programs involving UAP. Any reports RO collects through the new secure mechanism, which imposes strict limitations on what can be submitted based on classification of the relevant information, will be used to inform AARO's congressionally directed historical record report, due to Congress by June 2024, and its investigations into alleged
So
US
next time they have to report
UAP
to
programs.
Congress is in June 2024. Maybe they took so long to report because they're changing leadership, and as such, they need time to readjust the new leadership. Not sure. It used to be quarterly, and now it is yearly?
Despite the new secure reporting mechanism that was recently made available on AARO's website, U.S. government personnel are being instructed not to submit sightings of UAP directly through AARO's website and are instead
Weird.
advised to follow the process established by your service branch or federal agency to report the information to RO.
Don't use the website,
Claims of
guys.
secret government programs involved in the collection of information, and possibly even physical evidence of exotic technologies, associated with UAP have persisted for decades.
Yep, and Gershowitz was talking quite a bit about it, and which Kirkpatrick and Gersh apparently never met.
In June, the debrief was the first to report on a complaint filed with the Intelligence Community Inspector General involving the alleged existence of a secret U.S. program claimed to have been involved in the acquisition of craft believed to be of non-human origin. The complaint was filed by David Grush, a former intelligence officer who worked with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, serving as that agency's liaison to AARO's predecessor organization, the UAP Task Force, before he left government. During a congressional hearing in July, Grush, along with former U.S. Navy
Yeah, we
fighter
talked about
pilots
this
David
and covered
Faber
it.
and Ryan Graves, testified under oath and told members of Congress that he had spoken with close to 40 individuals within the U.S. intelligence community with knowledge of the secretive UAP program. Shortly after the hearing, Kirkpatrick wrote a statement that he shared on his LinkedIn page where he criticized several of the statements that had been made by the witnesses during the hearing.
I never heard about this. That's kind of on his LinkedIn page. How insulting it was.
I cannot let yesterday's hearing pass without sharing how insulting it was to the officers of the Department of Defense and Intelligence community who chose to join RO, Kirkpatrick's statement read. They are truth seekers, Kirkpatrick wrote of his staff in the statement, as am I.
Okay.
But you certainly would not get that impression from yesterday's hearing,
No, you
Kirkpatrick
wouldn't.
added.
Which is also kind of curious why Kirkpatrick and Gersh have not talked, apparently, according to the media, his conference.
During a media roundtable on October 31, 2023, Kirkpatrick told reporters that since RO had been established, Grush had not yet visited him and his staff.
Yeah, no shit, the big takeaway from that conference.
Mr. Grush, since RO has stood up and since I've been director, has not come to see us and provided any information, Kirkpatrick said during the off-camera media event. Asked if he had spoken with Grush previously, Kirkpatrick acknowledged he had communicated with him in the past, but stated that it had likely been close to 5 years ago. So, the last time I believe I spoke with Mr. Grush was when I was in the J2 at US Space Command about 5 years ago, Kirkpatrick said, adding that it was not on this topic.
Yeah, which is very curious, by the way.
Kirkpatrick added that he and his staff had interviewed over 30 people now, adding that he believed he and his staff had interviewed most of the people that Grush
Also very
may have
interesting.
talked to, but we don't know that. And we have extended an invitation at least 4 or 5 times now for him to come in over the last 8 months or so and have been declined, Kirkpatrick also said. Responding to a text message from News Nation's senior national correspondent Brian Enton, Grush characterized Kirkpatrick's statement as inaccurate.
I see.
I have 0 emails or calls from him, Grush was quoted saying of the alleged invitations from RO Kirkpatrick referenced in the October 31st media roundtable. That is a lie, Grush added.
I would actually, like, based on what's going on here, guys, I would probably side with Gersh over Kirkpatrick. And the very curious bit about the conference that we just listened to, right? The transcript. It definitely seems as though something is going on here. I'm, PSYOP or whatever, deep military secrets. It definitely seems like there is some red tape that is going on with Arrow right now, and I don't know if that's Kirkpatrick or someone else in there. Like, there's a bunch of people, dicks in the pie. So a bunch of people trying to control things and the release of information or lack thereof. And it definitely seems like, because Gersh actually came out and he made a big stink about it. I mean, it was a congressional hearing. A lot of people talked about it, and all the news media outlets reported on it. And all of a sudden they can't meet. Two people can't meet, right? And kind of curious. And then if you look at Kirkpatrick, he has basically what was equivalent to a tele-meeting with a couple reporters, possibly a couple reporters, that said a couple interesting things. You have this PDF that is literally an unsearchable document because it's a fucking photograph. This is scanned in as an image instead of scanned in as text. You can 100%, by the way, with Adobe and different things, it can actually, we talked about image to text translation. It's pretty good now, and you could potentially actually do it without actually having to type this out. If it is just a picture, without having to type it out, a photocopier can probably do it. And so this is intentionally a text, or intentionally an image document. So you can't search it, Google can't search it, and it's nowhere on their website. Why? I don't know. This is 2 weeks ago, and it wasn't even in their little news column, which apparently was updated on the 31st. So why this isn't there, I don't know. Very curious.
The announcement of Kirkpatrick's planned departure from RO next month comes amidst additional public criticism, which includes a Change.org petition calling for his removal.
Yeah.
Currently, there are no vacancies listed for the position of RO Director on the website of the Director of National Intelligence. However, Deputy Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks said on Wednesday that the Pentagon is currently coordinating with the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, ODNI, to select Kirkpatrick's replacement.
Yeah. And they said, who's going to replace him? Alex? Timothy Phillips, not Alex. Timothy Phillips is going to be the interim director, for whatever that means. But Kathleen Hicks is the one that actually stepped in and kind of started getting things moving. I mean, obviously, maybe this is way above her position, but it actually seems like she probably should be the replacement for him. Secretary of Defense, Kathleen Hicks. That would be a downgrade for her. Actually, I don't know if the president can replace the Deputy Secretary of Defense, or if that's a position assigned by the military. But if it was, her position could actually potentially just change based on who's president. Not intentionally, but when presidents come in, they usually replace a bunch of people because they can, that are more in line with their directive, I guess you could say. This is kind of curious. And by the way, despite all this shit going on, like, I don't think Biden talked about this once. Like, the actual president regarded this kind of thing. Oh, no, wait, he did. When there was the, when there were stuff flying over the U.S. that we shot down in 21 or 22, and Canada, he was like, yeah, maybe we should get that fixed, and that was all that happened there. Too busy trying to win, I guess. But yeah, you'd expect actually like Kathleen Hicks to replace the position, but this is probably beneath her position, so maybe not. It actually sounded like she wanted to get things done in the direction that you'd want as a public entity, and I guess she isn't gonna. Like, if she literally needs to step in to get a little website launch, that probably means that maybe she should be there in the first place, right? Like, not the only reason, but like one of the real reasons that this actually launched is like she got put in or stepped in to oversee some things going on. They're basically put above Kirkpatrick, and then got this launched immediately. Interesting. So he's retiring. I don't know whether or not that is because of public blowback or what. But this isn't a good sign. This being an impromptu conference that also is not on their website isn't a good sign. And it looks like it was with a couple people that were telephoned in. Not sure. Not very public facing in that regard. So don't know. But it also sounds like the takeaway here at the end though is also that it seems like they found something in the National Archives that literally can be cleared for the public to see, and that Kirkpatrick wants people to see that. I don't know. This actually makes more sense because it seemed like something you do basically when you're leaving, right? Not when something where you want it to be part of your legacy more or less. Where they found something possibly historical documents they're declassifying that will be of interest to the public. He said right here. And he's going to be replaced in December, so maybe this is a good thing. We'll have to wait and see. Usually when directors are on their way out, they start to do stuff because, they aren't going to get rehired. They start just like presidents. They make some calls, maybe that they wouldn't otherwise do it if they're looking out for the position, right? So maybe we'll see something here. Kind of curious. Interesting in and of itself. I don't know exactly what's going on with Kirkpatrick, but there is definitely some conflicts as far as how exactly Arrow was approaching the public and Congress as opposed to what they're supposed to be doing, i.e. the Gersh and Kirkpatrick never talking to each other for some strange reason. So, one of the two is lying. Who it is? Good question. Yeah, I sent him an email 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I sent him an email 2 weeks ago to come meet, and he didn't want to do it. Maybe. Like I said, I'm aligning more with Gersh rather than with Kirkpatrick on that one, but who knows? All right. I'm going to make a tweet at Arrow and Department of Defense, which not that that's anything of no value. National Weather Service. There we go. Okay. We didn't hear them mention the NWS at all, or in any way, shape, or form. Weather collection services are literally everywhere, well flushed out and everywhere. Not used for finding UAPs, but fucking literally everywhere. That'd be a good needle in a haystack. That'd be a good thing for AI, an AI algorithm to peruse the Done. Scheduled. Done and done. Casually tweeting at the Department of Defense. Usual stuff, right? All about getting people to work together, guys. I do that every day. Good morning, Zeno. So, once again, we do not generally cover... UAP, UFO stuff, except for when stuff pops out of Arrow or congressional meetings, because a lot of it is full of false positives and people just looking to make a name for themselves, which means it's generally not credible. I'm not going to sit here and look through all the YouTube videos discussing whether or not the pyramids are a lie or not, because you can't really figure it out. Whether or not the pyramids were built by aliens or whatever, because you generally can't figure it out. This stuff is credible and interesting because it's happening right now. And it's actually internally happening in the government. So, very, very interesting stuff. Occasionally cover it. The most interesting thing to take away, though, is once again that Kirkpatrick and Gersh have not talked to each other for some strange reason. Whether or not one of the two is lying, whichever it is. And the other one is that there's possibly stuff that they found in the National Archives that they're going to be releasing to the public or attempting to get declassified for the public. Right here. You mentioned a couple different times, but it's here at the end, too. Which will be interesting to see what it is. This is 2 weeks ago, mind you. This is from the 31st. So this is 2 weeks ago, and they said in coming weeks and days, and nothing's popped out yet, so... And once again, this transcript is not on the Arrow website. This PDF that is on the Arrow website is not easily findable on the Arrow website. Consolidated Annual Report. Let's do that. Annual report. Consolidated annual report. There it is. You can find it with their... let's try Arrow Consolidated Annual Report. You can find it on their search engine. You can find it through Google. But it's not actually, there's no link on their website. Like if you look through here for a link or something that would actually give it to you, it's not here. It's on the website, but it's not here. It looks like Arrow might be dragging their heels. There's red tape involved. Kirkpatrick may or may not be trying to do his best. Whether or not he's actually... government is trying to prevent him from doing his best remains to be seen. Did Google convert it? It looks like Google converted it. Look at this. Not easy to find, though. They might have converted it from an image. I don't know how to search the PDF on the... Because it looks like Google might be able to do so, based on this right here, but this also might be pulled from arrow.mil. I think this is actually in the PDF. Yeah, that actually might be from the PDF. So there's potential for Google to peruse it. Finding it in the first place is half the battle, apparently, though. Consolidated Annual Report. Not on the website. Good? Okay. Okay, guys, moving along. We're actually going to play some Gamas tonight. We're going to play some City Skyline here in a bit. Load up our city, shift gears here, guys, out of the podcast section. Enough of the shenanigans. And move along. Yeah, periodically we cover that because it's some interesting things. I need to take a piss, guys. I will be right back. Ready. Bullshit. Fun, interesting, fun and interesting, cool and interesting. I guess now we get to wait another 3 months or 9 to see what happens there. That stuff is pretty few and far between, guys. I want to cover more than just isn't anything there, so. Off we go. Back to the Gamaz. Facebook Gaming still does not have Skylines 2 in its directory of games. Good. Right. Good, good, good. You have $60 million now. Hey. Still have a problem with garbage, despite the fact that we have more than enough garbage processing. I lied. I lied. Public transportation still really sucks in this game, guys. You squeezed that down, I don't think that helped. Might go back to the 4-lane. Okay. Lots of the traffic is cleared up. Oh, problem with the mega round here. Right here. Bypass is working though. That should not be a thing. Not be a thing. You might have to fix that. How much of an issue does it really create? Good question. If it turns into a traffic jam, maybe we'll have to address that, but maybe we should just leave that for now. Allows people to turn around on the highway. Good, good, good. Pretty much most of the government socialized utilities, socialized services we got out of the way. Such as electricity, garbage. Need another elementary school, because they're fucking... You have to cake them everywhere. Huh? May need a roundabout bypass here, guys. It honestly looks like they can only turn right in the right side lane. Why is that? Road might be slightly misaligned. Yeah, they can only turn right in one of the two lanes. Or one. Let's change this. Fuckers it if we do, though. Definitely something to do with how it's merging. There. Why does it only turn? Not want to allow me to turn. I just screwed everything. Good. Not want to allow more turn lanes. Hey. Too big? That's what she said? Less. Like it. I think this stems once again from the problem of the roundabouts are add-ins rather than just something that it should exist in the game. Curious. Got two more. Three more. By using actual highway or normal roads, excuse me.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Which increases the lane size too. Despite the fact that this is already an 8-lane going into it, adds even more lanes.
Tonight we are doing a musical tour of
Okay.
land of arts and culture.
Weird things you have to manipulate here.
As they say. And an aria inspired by the infamous Vidal.
Lights. We don't want lights.
That's right, Weather. But apparently that's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor Nutbutter.
Welcome, Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the housing
Just have people that aren't moving.
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on...
Looks like they still can't merge into the right side though.
It is a question of priority.
This just in from traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know. Seems
Good.
like everyone is in a hurry to
Oh,
get somewhere
and
fast.
this guy.
It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan
Turn
a
lane.
trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't
Yeah.
know. I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
The turn lane still. They need to turn right. Everyone needs to turn right. They can't just go through the intersection and go into the center 3 lanes. Merge it into a 4-lane. Already have a 4-lane on the other side. For some strange reason, though, it does not add... We tried a couple different things. We tried smaller lanes, too. It didn't change it. Use the inside lanes. This at least allows the inside... That's actually kind of cool, so you can actually increase the size of the inner lanes, which you can't most of the time, by adding in 1 lanes or directions. Not about merging. About the fact there's only 1 turn lane. Could be more than 1 turn lane because it's a roundabout, but there isn't. They can't use these inside 3 lanes to turn in. They can only... All the highway traffic is merging into a singular lane to turn it. Which I think we might just bypass the roundabout, is actually kind of what I'm feeling here. A manual roundabout, not even a roundabout. Back to this, I think. That, and then we're gonna do... this. We're gonna literally tack on lanes. Oh, buddy, the fuck is that? That's what we're looking for. There we go. Obviously, it's fucked up and I can't place it. Look at that. That allows multiple lanes to turn. It thinks it's broken. Okay. Abomination, guys. Those... No, you don't need to cross the street right there. Not need lights here. Left turn. That. Still this lane that... maybe you can't even... they can't even use the actual turn lane anymore. AI, like, rigorously respects, like, the boundary lines here. That might make things worse. Need to back that up a little bit now, because you guys want to go straight to this one, even though they... Let's see, let's back this up a bit. Surgery. Okay. Derp, 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 derp. Good. Good, 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 good. That's not super horrible. It's not actually what I wanted to do, but pushing back the divide, so even though there's like a line here, guys, like if you look there, you see the line, which you technically can cross over. The AI rigorously like respects it, so they will not cross that shit no matter what. Despite the fact that it should. So if I push it back like that, even though 3 would be technically better, it pushes back that split line even further. Might have to put a bypass in here too. Which you technically could now. I particularly put that in for the roundabout, but we could go even further back. Unfortunately, we can't do a bigger lane here. Yep. Put in another one too, just to further bastardize this.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're back with Second Moon Radio, your second musical home from home. So settle back in your chair, pour yourself a glass, and prepare for another hour of musical delight. Tonight we are doing a musical tour of Italia.
No crosswalks. No lights.
As they say. And an aria inspired
I
by
think they'll go across. We'll have to see if they use the inside lanes.
For our feature story this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is
Actually, a
driving
crosswalk
this
here? No way. Get out of here.
business? Kim?
Good question, Glenda. I'm standing outside what used to be one of the busiest stores in the city. Not long ago, it would open its
What are
doors
they
to
doing?
lines of customers 7 days a week. Now the place is shuttered, like most of the commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question on everybody's minds, how could it have come to this?
Thanks, Kim. We'll have more with Kim after.
Our story this hour, Kim is on scene outside an abandoned building.
That's right, Jim. This decaying shell is a symbol of the industrial decline sweeping the city. People are being laid off. The industrial sector is on the verge of collapse. And worryingly, crime is on the rise.
Thanks, Kim. Always gotta watch out for crime, not to mention collapsing buildings. We'll have more after this.
Not sure what's going on here. There's a yield sign here. Both highways. I have to redo. I don't know what happened here. We're gonna redo this guy. Something's going on here. Bug report. Yeah, they do cross that line. They do cross it. That's what we want to see. Willingness to go into the unknown, guys. Yeah. Alright, that looks pretty good for now. Good. Let's see if this one, we removed the single lane constrictor, and it looks like that cleared that up. Didn't like the constrictor. Alright. Again, that line, very, very touchy on it. That's still pretty good. Actually, I don't know. We'll have to change this at some... That is not what we want to see. Give that a go. A little bit further back. Good, good, good. And we got some shit over here now. Different smell. Alright. Slight modification. That really hasn't been an issue for a while now. It's one of the first intersections we ironed out. This guy still might be an issue. Wait and see. Manipulating the simulation. Far back. And they still can't find workers. Oh my god, they have no power now. Not enough electricity. What the fuck you mean? Didn't have problems before. Okay, well. $129 kilowatts. Okay. Uses power. Yes. Hmm. Figure it out, game. So each line can only hold 400 megawatts, by the way. Tell you how much energy is flowing through it? I don't think it does. Actually be out of energy here. I don't know why this is considering this a bottleneck. What was 80 of 400? Okay, let's do some sussing. $27, 137, so that's 400. Us here. Really confused the game. Basically, we need to make a mesh.
Driving advisory has been issued for the
The game should be smart enough to figure out which direction it needs to go off of, but obviously each line can only be limited to 400 megawatts. So even this is still kind of broken.
This has been a local public service announcement. Pending updates to our power, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
Has anyone seen my keys?
I have to redo this and make it like a star.
We're in here. Sorry about that. It's nothing important. I just lost my keys. I'm sure they'll turn up. They're for the brown sedan parked outside the radio station. Oh, wait. I probably shouldn't have said that. If anyone finds them, please.
Here now.
Don't steal my
Well, we cleared
car.
up some of them.
The old hornbuckle mobile, please.
A lot of issues over there.
Good. Here they are. Well, never mind then. Thank you.
Let's just delete this and then remake it.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Game might be getting a little bit confused here with too many
Then traffic
interconnects.
flow should return to normal. But if you're
Let
planning a trip
us-
out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate. Or so
Alrighty.
my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Trying to connect their game. That is not exactly what we want to see. Each line can only hold 400 megawatts, guys. And getting the 400 megawatts away from each one of the points to a line without overlapping with each other is what we're trying to do right now. Theoretically, this should be possible. Pretty close to energy generation, too. Disconnect the export for the time being. What happens with that? Sometimes the export confuses the game. Kind of a shame, as some of these terminals can only put out a certain amount of energy. Like it's load balancing properly. That's unfortunate. In an ideal world, if this was a perfect mesh, it should be able to load balance properly between the lines, so none of the lines are overloaded, which is why I interconnected them, and it doesn't do that. Under capacity still, technically. $80. I guess I'm confusing it again. Good. That is low voltage. This is not normal connections. This is all the high voltage connections that need to go to transformers. This is low voltage. I don't even know why they have this on here. If it's just plopped next to a street, that's basically the equivalent of what that is. It doesn't really matter at all. Low voltage is the same as a street, which is like 80 megawatts. Not the same as a high voltage interconnect, which is what you guys are seeing me connect to. Right, not like load balancing. What I also do here is use a battery. I possibly use a battery as a buffer. These are all the high voltage interconnects. Let's see. They give you 3. I mean, this is 50,000 a month. We could just build another power plant instead of building a battery bank as a buffer. Try this instead. Just, less complicated version of what we did. Zero out of 400. $80. Oh. Our generators not be properly hooked up. It also looks like they're offline right now. Oh! You know what it could be? This is capacity if incinerators are operating at maximum capacity, and they're not. We're actually out of energy. This is if incinerators are operating at maximum capacity, which they're not. That's what that is. We're actually under capacity right now. That's why I can't figure it out. Is because technically speaking, we're out of juice. Our incinerators, because they're broken, do not actually operate at capacity. I see. I see. And technically we should import juice instead of export. Like it's exporting right now for some reason. Ah! I love exporting electricity when I'm out of electricity. Very good. I think because this 784, the game thinks I have excess when I don't. Because this is technically not... So we ran into another bug here, guys. These are not producing their maximum amount of electricity, which means the nuke needs to do it, and the nuke is not, because it's exporting... It's actually making it worse, because it's exporting 136. Well, that kind of sucks, so it's actually... I'd almost prefer... I don't know. Like, it needs to obviously update this in relationship to how much your incinerators are making. It's not. Yeah, they aren't producing anywhere close to what they're supposed to. And honestly, they shouldn't even run out of power. As long as they're running, they should power themselves. Alright, well, we gotta produce another power plant, I guess. It can produce... Is that a typo? It can produce up to 20 gigawatts. Zero to 20,000 megawatts, which would be 20 gigawatts. Probably not going to do this because I'm going to end up flooding somewhere I don't want to. Curious. It doesn't tell you how much power it can produce. 702 megawatts. I wonder if it actually floods an area. Produce power without making a body of water, or does it make a body of water and flood everything?
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
How delightful! Another letter from our erstwhile listeners. What's up, honey? Me and my sister love you. Oh, that's nice. Y'all got clarinets and violins, but you got something most music these days ain't. Let me guess. Lineage traced back to the great Haydn himself? Let's see here. Y'all got
Whoopsie doodle.
Oh, yes. Soul. A raison d'etre? Delicious. My sisters say whoever you got playing the keys got more funk in his pinky. But I told her that ain't funk. That's classical. Yes, indeed. That must be most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since the time of the early explorers. Funk, by contrast, is an entirely modern conceit, and you'll find none of that here. Funk, as they say, is for the lay person. Now, let's hear another one of those soulful cants.
We've recently been having what some are calling the worst kind of luck there is. That's right. Today, we are talking about the increased likelihood that you'll die.
That's not exactly what an increased death rate measures.
Either way, if everybody is dying, that gives me the creeps.
That's a wild overstatement. Are you trying to make people panic?
Did you say panic? She said panic. The death rate is skyrocketing. We've got to get out of here.
You go, I'll stay and clear up the mess. We'll be back after this. A housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently, that's not all good news. We're joined today by...
Where did it come up with the number for generation? It says 700 megawatts. And this is producing 0.8. I mean, it makes sense considering what it is, but...
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
One final question, Professor.
Okay.
Is the housing
Moving on.
going to make me richer?
By certain metrics, perhaps, yes.
Geothermal, we have solar here too.
But what we are discussing is the study of a statistical abstraction and its effect on the human
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of priorities.
Yeah. Let's see what's going on here. Additional turbine. Power line connection. Power line from the... That's what we need on the nuclear, although I don't think that's really a big deal. Allows the plant to use lower geothermal temperatures, which increases the power output somewhat. 50 megawatts for 75,000. Cheap. 100 megawatts for 200,000. That's actually pretty expensive. Actually, I think that's in line with the original cost. Alright, let's see if this actually does anything remotely useful, or if it's a turd. Okay. Well, I guess it wants to go that way. Okay. Everything running? Good. Looks that way. Ah. Hydroelectric dam is producing 1 kilowatt. Ah, okay. Okay. Alrighty, guys. Good. $45 megawatts. Or 575. It's actually cheaper than nuclear is. Actually, no, it's not. It's about the same. I see. High resource costs. %. Abandon. Happy. Unreliable health coverage. Court. We need to make another school, and we need to make a high school. Actually, are we at capacity for our high schools? Was a time at which I did not build add-ons on everything, and as such we may have a high school in here without additional classrooms. Back when I cared about building sports centers on things. $28 kilowatts, guys. Woo! Look at it go. Uh-huh. Dude. The spam for... the spam for elementary schools is really dumb. They need to fix that. There needs to be a high-capacity elementary school. Okay. And this guy's clusterfuck again. Good. Fixed glitch, maybe. Probably not. Oh. Well, there's that. I'm sure they're fine. Hopping. Water. Yes. Still don't need nearly as much water as we used to. We had large Hadron Collider demand prior to them. The assholes are doing the thing. Waiting until the last second to merge. Let a lane just go by. I go in the opposite direction. Just need to squeeze by the edge. Just squeeze by the edge. Yeah, a little bit of a backup. We're all trying to get into... at one point, because this was potentially working better.
Area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
Local authorities are urging the public to conserve water and reduce the burden on the city during this water shortage. Consider installing a low flush toilet, cut back on watering the lawn, and shower with a friend whenever possible.
Love showering with a friend.
This has been a local public service announcement.
You're back with Second Moon Radio, your second musical home from home. So settle back in your chair, pour yourself a glass.
This side trying to get it like the inside lane to have multiple. All this doesn't even do it.
A musical tour of
Showed that it was going to do it, and then it didn't.
Land of art and culture. Que bon, as they say. And an aria inspired by the infamous Vivaldi shall be our guide.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Our story this hour. Kim is on scene outside an abandoned...
No,
That's
we do
right,
not need
Jim.
pedestrian
This
crosswalks
decaying
here.
shell is a symbol of the industrial decline sweeping the city. People are being laid off. The industrial sector is on the verge of collapse. And worryingly, crime is on the rise.
Thanks, Kim. Always got to watch out for crime, not to mention collapsing buildings. We'll have more after this.
Well... Okay, so this one, for instance, on this side only has a 3... Stop that. What? Oh my god, guys. Hate when the game does this. I think it thinks... So the roundabout must be connected to this one right here, and you can't delete it without disconnecting all this other shit. Go back to a 1. We get it to expand a little bit here? Maybe? Try... What's the point of having a roundabout if it only has one center lane that people can move through? What is the purpose of the roundabout with one lane in that people can actually turn around it in? No. Oh, we got two. We got two, guys. Holy shit. 3 with a gigantic fucking split. That's amazing. Not sure why this is a thing. I guess. Chrome. Yeah, I could just manually connect them. That doesn't seem fun, though. Yeah, well, there's that. Also, we can get 3 center lanes, and it's not even, it doesn't even put them right here. Like I said, this game really needs to re-add. You need to be able to make standalone roundabouts. I mean, you technically could if you actually just made a curved intersection. Maybe that's what I should be doing, but it's very... That. Why is there go lights here? No idea. Not even the right side. It only gave me 2. Oh no, it gave me 3. Not even on the right side either. Outside ring should have 3 in it, not the inside ring. Only 1 lane for them to go around the roundabout. You do something really dumb. This is just comes down to manipulating game mechanics at this point. Oh, that really fuckers things right there, guys. Wrong side. I mean, I guess that's not really what we want to do in terms of flow. we got to work with. I mean, I could have went to a 4 and then back to a 8. I suppose. Probably going to see a build-up on the right side here now. That's really dumb. They're really... my only guess is the reason that there's like one inside lane is something to do with the way the traffic AI works, and they don't want it to get backed up because it's acting dumb. One of the lanes isn't even working properly. Shit. Dare. Don't you dare. Standalone roundabouts, not too much to ask for. Still there! No! It's still there! Why is it doing it? It's maiming it no matter where I put it.
Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions.
Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're tuned in to Second Moon, the channel where the classics never grow old.
We've recently been having what some are calling the worst kind of luck there is. That's right. Today we are talking about the increased likelihood that you'll die.
That's not exactly what an increased death rate measures.
Either way, if everybody is dying, that gives me the creeps.
That's a wild overstatement. Are you trying to make people panic?
Did you say panic? She said panic. The death rate is skyrocketing. We've got to get out of here.
You go, I'll stay and clear up the mess. We'll be back after this. For our feature story, we're on the streets with Kim this hour, taking the pulse of the city.
Yeah.
So, Kim, what's
Whatever.
the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda. I have to say, it just plain stinks around here. Gross. And these
Go with that for now.
citizens-
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty diapers, fish guts.
A lot of fucking around.
I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
You heard it here, folks. We're not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be
Actually works pretty good. This guy. Roundabout with a bypass. A central roundabout with a bypass. Okay. Good. Sadly, you can't just rebuild stuff that... attached to a building and it burns down. Done. $324. 150. Produces up to 475, and it's only producing 324 right now. For whatever reason. I see. Garbage is almost full. Incinerators still not functioning properly. Like, we might have to just build more incinerators. Because they don't... like, it doesn't matter how fast they're burning it, they aren't collecting it. But the fact they have stored garbage available. Capacity available. I see. Good. Good. You guys are always full of garbage. Their processing capability is way over. Way over. the amount of trash we're producing, but they just aren't collecting it. Maybe we should remake it and see what happens. Three out of 75 were being used. One? I mean, that's a start. I do enjoy one. There's one. Education. Burn down. Okay. Viable mail service. So mail apparently is working there. Spacious homes plus 32. Just full of garbage all the time. Health coverage again. Okay. And away they go to be replaced with good old office space. Oh, yeah. so light on, you know, elementary school. Way too many education or elementary schools. Abandon. Ah, gas stations. Yeah. Have a shitload of commercial demand. All the different types of zones apart. Like you can right up till when you place them. Mixed commercial? These are. Okay. Almost feels like I should be bulldozing residential for commercial, which we aren't going to do. But and very difficult to tell apart commercial or residential areas. Besides the height of the buildings.
You're listening to Second Moon, the station for the cultural sophisticate who doesn't fear extending their ears to the more challenging.
All gas stations?
Let us move now from the
Yeah, well,
to the literary.
that's what the city's demanding.
Here we have some perfectly angry
Gas stations.
My dear Professor Hornbuckle, whereas I make no apology for my erudite, modesty demands that I prevaricate against the title. I am but a humble devotee of the form, and
Yeah.
all my expertise derives merely from a life devoted to the gentle arts.
Or how we're talking about allowing them to cross traffic, we'd continue to do so until it causes an issue. It may be causing an issue now.
Professor Hornbuckle, as a traveler from my homeland, I long to hear a tune that speaks to the anguish of my road-weary
There now, my good fellow. Chin up, as it were. No need to wallow in sediment. Leave that to those poet chaps, eh? Here's a tune just for you, and I do hope it provides your aching spirit some modest desolation.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
Huh? Looks like our simulation speed is slowing down, by the way, as well. Despite the fact that I have CPU headroom to spare. Do that. Try and turn left. There's no left turn, you bitch. What are you even doing? Get out of here. Yeah. Fixed the glitch. Really a shame, because I remember, despite the traffic being kind of shitty in Skylines 1, the mega roundabouts usually worked really, really well. And in this game, because of the limited number of lanes, they don't work really well. They don't work all that... They work pretty good, but then you reach a point where you need to do something fancier, because once again, there isn't enough lanes here. And to spin around it, there's only one lane for, you know, a 4-lane highway. That's not going to work. Cross through traffic. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. They're demanding medium density or low density commercial. Mixed. Gas stations. Third. Ah, I have high rent in my mansion. I see. Waterfall swimming pool in the back? Weird. Warehouse and move. Yep. Why can I not upgrade you? What? Why? Like a mailbox here or something? What's going on here? Tram lines? If I had a button just to delete the tram lines, guys, I 100% would push it. Just blow it up. Tram line was more of a waste of a time than... Okay. Oh, whatever's going on here. Report. Not upgrade that. Yeah, I guess I fixed it. Oh no, an accident. Ready? How did this get upgraded to a 6-lane? No idea. Starting to become a problem, guys. I wonder if we could just drop in a floating clover field. I think that's possible. I think that's possible. Oh, you can't change the height? No way. There's a reason I don't use the pre-built intersections, guys. Look how much fucking space this takes. Christ. China? Uterus, excuse me. I don't even think solve the problems we were having. The absolute clusterfuck. I bet this doesn't even work at all. The center, the highway probably works, but that center lane absolutely turns into a shit show. It gives bonuses associated. I kind of doubt that. We have a Cloverfield, but this is fucking huge. Interchange. It does what we want. Way too big.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve.
Ah, the roundabout.
Second Moon Radio with your host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
For our feature story this hour, we're going live to Kim, who is downtown investigating the story behind our declining commercial zones. So, what exactly is driving this sudden downswing in business? Kim?
Good question, Glenda. I'm standing outside what used to be one of the busiest stores in the city. Not long ago, it would open its doors to lines of customers 7 days a week. Now the place is shuttered, like most of the commercial buildings on this once thriving city block. And the question on everybody's minds, how could it have come to this?
Thanks, Kim.
Making a roundabout is very difficult.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate, or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
$9.79. Ah! I did it! I made a roundabout, guys! Oh my god, I think it's a perfect roundabout, too. Look at that. You just have to look at the guides. Ah! Office with residential space. Okay. Yeah. So like there is an issue with. I mean, just put the people where the buildings are, sure, and then put them with the industry as well. We could throw them in with the industry because they have to travel to the industry too. I guess they don't like living in certain areas. Sure, you could do that. Generally where they don't want to live, which is where they have to go. Commercial is the exception to that. So office and industry is where they're trying to get across town to, though. There. Just don't have traffic, forehead. Jeez, why do you have traffic? Just zone them all right on top of each other. Make the best zones. Yes. So this does actually... We did a thing. How small can we make a roundabout? That was 79 yards. Unfortunately, this is not as good as Cities 1, where you just literally just made a circle. It was just a circle tool. 79, let's try 52. 90, 52. 90. Go. Can't do a 52. It's not letting me. 50. Long. Almost perfect roundabout. That's not super horrible. How big can we make this and really... Yes. You? You? Oh, not using the curve tool. Yep. I've never actually used that. 90. 52. 90. 90. Offices don't pollute. You're looking at offices. The big industry park is over here. Those offices, they don't want to live there as well. Residential suitability. Bad. Does not like that. Also produce ground pollution. The air pollution. Not as bad as industry does, though. Commercial does not, though. And there's noise pollution. About the same as commercial. Now the question is, how small can we make it? How small can we make the mega roundabout? That was 52. 35. 90. It's starting to fall apart. 5. Not perfect. Does it need to be, though? Does it really need to be? That was 35. That's pretty small. I don't even think we need to use the 7 lane either. We could probably do this with the 5. highways too. And fuck that. Right now we can't even do it with highways. Let's see. Five. 590. Five. 36. 5. 5. Five. 5. Make it smaller than 35. This is a little bit different because there's X. Guides start overlapping with each other. That's not what we want. Think people can go through that at high speed? Maybe. This, I think, is perfect for specific spots. I think this is 52. Kind of feeling it out. $17. Maybe where we run into some issues though. That's not... That's a highway. Obviously, that's not what we'd be using. Depending on where it is. And that legitimately looks like it might be a better roundabout than the games are creating automatically. Mega boat! Mega boat! Blah, 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 blah. I guess we are running out of power. $342,022-ish. And 839. What's going on here? Yeah, I don't think it's calculating the export properly. Purely because these are not... by any means. So this is, the garbage change has led to a whole nother slew of issues, which is the game thinks that incinerators are producing max power when they aren't, and then your city starts exporting power when it does not have extra power to export. So I'm exporting power I don't actually have because the game thinks I'm overproducing when I'm not, because it's not calculating the incinerators properly. Bug report. I could just disconnect the export, which we might do, and it'd probably fix our issue right now. Girl. Or 44. Game is not calculating something properly. 44, this is not maxed out. This terminal here is not maxed out. This is 44 here. And 80 here, so it's 120 coming out of this terminal. So there's still available overhead there. $80. Okay, so 121, 124, 40, 40, 480. $560. $566. There's still available electricity that's not coming out of the nuclear power plant. Look like this isn't hooked up. Why is the spice not flowing, guys? Alright, well, let's add another line. Like this isn't producing anything. Very, very little. $42. It says 342. There's 40 going to the street right now, which is why you can't use the street. Why are the underground connections not working? They were earlier. Why are they not working anymore, guys? Zero. 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 And there's 40 going to the street. Well. Huh. So something's wrong with their surprise. More bugs. 342. 0. And 0. Both the lines underground are broken. Try above ground to underground. Is it because it's winter? It's not. I mean, winter shouldn't matter at all. Geothermal's underground. It maintains the same amount of, relatively the same amount of power generation year round. Doesn't make sense. 0, 0. Bottleneck. So the street's connected, but the sidelines are not. I think we're gonna bulldoze this. I think this is broken, or something's broken here. Let's do one quick thing. Let's try to reposition. Oh, water! Did it use up the water? No way. 100% gonna bulldoze it. It's polluted! It must not be able to use polluted water. No way. No way. It would say that it's not working. Also, geothermal should have nothing to do with polluted water or not. It shouldn't matter. Under 14%, it in no way indicates that it's not. I bet it's the polluted water, though. Either way, it's getting the bulldoze. It's getting the bulldoze by... Can't have you existing. Wait, what? The water's clean now. Did the geothermal plant pollute its own water reservoir? No way. No way. Oh, no, it's still dirty. Okay. Give this guy a go since we haven't yet. Okay. More fuel to be stored at the plant. Additional turbine provides more power, but also uses more fuel. Same output, less fuel. Maybe the geothermal plant wasn't broken. Maxed out. 160, it's not maxed out. Hard to see the power lines, guys. I don't understand what's going on here. 160. We're exporting like nothing, so that's not it. Is it just all connected to the same net? So 160, 160, 320. I mean, that would be 460, right? So it's not including all the lines. Yeah, what's going on here? It's like this power plant over here isn't doing anything. Where the geothermal was, for some strange reason. I hooked up the wrong. I hooked up the wrong.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're tuned in to Second Moon, the channel where the classics never grow old.
We're live, and we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe. And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming, as the area is attracting more high-end stores.
Yeah.
Bringing the latest.
I don't know what's going on here with the interconnect. What was happening with that? That's curious. Must be something disconnected in here.
That's good for business and good for the community.
So maybe geothermal was working properly? Let's try redoing it. So maybe the geothermal was working. I must have broke a line somehow? I don't know. Very weird. Let's rehook this guy up. Now it's doing something. There must be a disconnect somewhere in this line. Like the one I'm combing over right here. There must be a disconnect somewhere along here. Look like there is, but wasn't working, so that's a weird one. Wonder how long that's been unhooked for. Still can't get a company in there, for the life of me. Ah. We were working on our mini roundabouts, weren't we? These abominations, they're gonna change the world, guys. Change the world. Everyone's driving with cars covered in snow. That's not a risk at all. Let's see, where do we have a good grand experiment? Like right here? This is a pretty good one, isn't it? Not super horrible. Traffic accident, good. Traffic jams there. We have this guy. Oh, the fun begins, guys. The fun begins. A good place to experiment, isn't it? Right here. Right here. With this abomination that we had to create. To try and make things work. Right about here. Highway. Guess we could do 5-lane just to see what happens. Seven. Or 48, 44. Seven. 8. I have to unlock it from some of the silliness it's trying to click to right now. I can do this easier if I adjust the click guides instead. We've already come this far. Oh. Okay. Okay. Now. We see what happens when we attach things. Now we see what happens when we attach the mega roads. Attached down the center for some reason. Okay. Mapping items. Let's try. not like this. You may not like it. Teaching the game unnatural things, guys. How to be better. How to be more than just a roundabout you put in the center. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. No, please, Mr. Benzam, don't create this unholy abomination. No, we are going to do this. It's going to be beautiful and glorious. Oh, yeah. What every roundabout has dreamed of becoming is what this roundabout is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, 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 no. No, what is this? What are you doing to late? No, stop that. The game decided that it's smarter than me. Deciding to not use some lanes. It's going to cut them off. What? Be that way. Don't be that way. Oh, no. AI sticks stringently to the lines, so if it decides it's not going to use some lanes, it literally just cuts out the lanes and you can't use them at all. Kinda negates the whole purpose of making a mega lane roundabout is it decides it's not going to use the lanes at all. Stop that. Why does it keep doing that? I want it to be a full lane roundabout. I guess on the sides here it's doing the same thing, isn't it? Compromises must be made. What are you gonna do? What are you guys gonna do now, huh? Huh? Now that you have a full-speed highway roundabout? Spring Highway? What's gonna happen, guys? 70-mile-per-hour roundabout. Why are there lights here? Done. Crosswalks gone. Sounds like it's raining, but it's snowing. Technically is raining. You guys, what is it gonna do? The traffic's contemplating. It's computing. It's computing, guys. I wish you could delete. Can you just delete one traffic car? Like all I want to do is delete one traffic car. This guy right here. This guy right here that is deciding that he is doing something. This guy also right here doing something. There we go. What is this? Who is this? Yeah, you fuck off. Yeah, fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. What I thought. Good. Good. Oh. I think it's this weird lane here.
Please exercise caution if you must drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement. Pending updates to our power grid, the city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during these breaks in service and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
This is Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Before we dive into our next selection, I'd like to take a few memento moris to elaborate on
Another one. I'm pretty sure it's this little lane here that's causing this to happen.
Newer, less able listeners. First, we will be dancing through the al dente section before entering the slower.
Does it with the 3 too.
And savoring the vivacious anti-pasto movement. So, without further ado, let's raise the curtain and begin.
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when business is doing well, that floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. Local stargazers are in for a real treat tonight, as the Aurora Borealis is expected to...
Like I said, I think one of the issues with the traffic in this game is that the traffic always chooses the merge. Like, there's not enough variance in when the traffic merges, like at the beginning or the end. They always try to merge at exactly the same time. That actually causes traffic jams. Like, if we look right here, down at this guy, like right here. They're all merging at the same spot. I don't know what's going on the bottom right. I think that's a problem with them trying to get across the lanes to the other side. So it could be the roundabout's not big enough. Also, I think we need a bigger exit here. On the side here. It can't be 2 lanes. It needs to be more lanes here. Did I make it better or worse? I don't know. I don't know if this is better or worse, guys. Yeah, I think this is either this right here or this guy's trying to get across to go across the traffic area and just chooses to stop. Instead of going right here, he's just stopping in front of the exit. The benefit, however, is people can still get out. So people can go around the sides of the vehicles and get around them. Eventually frees up the traffic jam here. There. Might need to make it bigger too. There's not enough space. Merging. It's deleting vehicles. Good. A lot of these cars, I think, are backed up because they want to go in here, but they can't. Ah, spring has come. Game's like, here, I think you have a problem here. Let me fix it for you. It could be the speed they're moving at is too much too. Like, we might have to slow this down to non-highway roundabout speed. Might fix this too. And it's broken. Alright. No, 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 no. Right. We're going to try slowing it down to... 5. I mean, we could go... 7? Is doing that. Step off. All right. All right, let's retry. So the sauce here is, look at it, it actually doesn't weed off the end lanes. Well, that's because it's a 4-lane. It doesn't, What here? It looks like it doesn't restrict the lanes as much. And it does the 2 thing on the side there. What gonna do, guys? Make a smaller exit to the highway. I don't think that's a problem. The problem is they're trying to get across the traffic and there's not enough space to do so. Builds up when it's trying to cross over between each other. Which is basically the AI not knowing when to zipper, or waiting too long to zipper, or zippering at exactly the same moment as the other AI. They won't use these 2 lanes. If they're walled off, they will not use them. City's not on fire. Slowing them down gives them more time to merge. There's 2 more lanes here. We found out before that if they merge into like a high-speed roundabout, it actually causes more contention between the vehicles than if they're moving the 35-speed roundabout instead of a 70. Like it's working better. Wait and see. This is obviously a bottleneck right here with the 2 lanes, the 4-lane highway here. I think the big thing here isn't the 5-lane, or 7-lane, it's the slowing them down. Helps the AI cope with interactions with other AI vehicles. That. Look at that. Probably could make this a 5-lane and make it smaller. Maybe. Doesn't look like anyone's actually going into the 4-lane from the inside lane right there. Like they potentially could use the outside 2 lanes to turn in, and they're only using the outside lane to turn in. Or here's like a turn lane, and then either way lane. That is only 1 turn lane right there. For some reason, 3 turn lanes, 1 turn lane into a 4-lane. Might need to customize this. This might be some sort of Get out of here. Get out of here. Not a normal everyday intersection. So now we have 2 turn lanes. Let's see how well this works. Oh. Oh. Oh, come on. Come on. Right when things are getting good. What is going what do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah? Oh yeah, game? Yeah, was it too much for you? Did I win? Did I win there? I think I won. I think I won. That's the whole reason we got a 7-car pileup here, 8-car pileup. Was because we just won. We just won, guys. Congratulations, we beat the game. We beat the game, guys. With our custom roundabout. Oh.
You're tuned in to Second Moon, the channel where the classics
Nice.
grow old.
We've recently been having what some are calling the worst kind of luck there is. That's right. Today we are talking about...
So, this is probably... I think this is going to work. I don't think we need to have 5 lanes. I think you need to slow them down. Maybe slow them down.
That gives me the creeps.
That's a wild overstatement. Are you trying to make people panic?
Did you say panic?
Kind of weird that you can't select the speed limit for certain things either. Like you can't slow them down or speed them up. It's just kind of whatever.
We'll be back after this.
Like look, this is a 35 for a 7-lane. This is a 45 for an 8-lane here.
Reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a while until everything clears Here's
The person got there before the helicopter.
You already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
The thing about this, guys, is this actually takes up less space than a Cloverfield does. So even doing this, even based on how big this is with 7 lanes, this is still smaller than a Cloverfield. Or any of the, most of the interchanges for that matter, the intersections. Like look at how big these things are. Yeah. This is still a lot smaller than everything else that you could put in here. That's pretty... Uh-oh. Nine cars. Well, interestingly enough, all the traffic from this way is gone now. Yeah, you just slide on along the route, yeah. Turn into the hospital, guys. I think it thinks it's flying. It is technically flying. I don't know if this is approved altitude, though. Oh, yeah, that's a light post. That's a tree. That's a building. Well, I mean, that's the least of things that are wrong with this game, so. Alright, so the traffic jam is now gone. Or not the traffic jam, the accident's gone. Oh my god. And second bottleneck uncovered. That could have been due to the butt plug that's all backed up here because of the accident. I mean, it used to be all the way back. I mean, it still kind of is all the way back at the highway, but actually speeding up. Oh my god. Bottleneck here anymore. Not really a bottleneck here. This is due to all the backed up cars. Spin to win, guys. Still a big deal. If you have a bunch of AI driving cars, guys, spin to win is how to do it. Yep. Just spin to win. Most people are not AI though, so. Yeah, slowing down helps immensely with the AI figuring it out. Pretty sure it's not, even though we went to 7 lanes, even though it's slightly bigger, I'm pretty sure it's the AI, the speed made the biggest difference here. We can do an optimization pass in the future here. Like, this is still a size where I think it works properly, but you're coming into it with, well, we boosted the size with an 8-lane here. Four-lane highway, though. We'll have some weird shit going on here. I don't think it's the height difference. I think they see it as an intersection or something. Can I remove yield signs? No, I think yield are... You can't remove those. Smaller spin to win. Yeah. Still backed up. Not backed up on the highway anymore. And they're just backed up trying to get into the city because that was a giant backup. Good. And now the main area, which I think this is partially caused due to the bottleneck at the other highway. So even though this does exist, I don't think this is a huge deal. That is due to what we were doing over there. I wonder what happened if we just put a big roundabout in here, guys. We just put a giant roundabout. Like, even if... Imagine, like, this isn't even that big, right? Imagine if we made this maybe 5 times bigger. Maybe not 5 times, 3 times bigger, and then just make it highway speed. Which would still probably be smaller than this, right? It would still be smaller than this whole intersection area that's now taken up. But it might actually work better. Crazy. This still, I think this still works pretty well. Bypass with the spinny in the middle. I mean, the game copied my idea, right? The game copied my idea. Not nearly as good. Look at this. It copied my idea. I don't know what they're thinking. Just decided to make it more complicated because they could. Yeah, so this right here, I think once again, we don't have enough space. Even though we have this going on here, there's just not enough space for the cars to merge between each other. And then they get stuck. Nice! Manual roundabout, so I was correct, guys. I was right. Spin to win still works. You just have to be able to spin to win. This is exactly the way traffic works if you've ever been to Europe and they have, like, giant roundabouts. It's the same shit, just like everyone just, like, stops and starts and does weird shit. I swear, guys, traffic in Europe, especially in, like, France, is the most chaotic shit I've ever seen. It doesn't make sense. Like, the lanes don't exist. The streets don't exist. The signs don't exist. They just do whatever. And Paris, and it was crazy, absolutely crazy. I don't know how people there survive, to be perfectly honest. Uh-oh. See, it's too good. It's so good. They're moving so fast, guys. They just have accidents now. It's too good. Yeah, I think it's actually this... Look at it. Look at that, guys. It's not even that big, either. I think we could make it smaller or even less lanes. One of the two. Made it 7 lanes to be safe, right? We probably could even downsize it while it's running. Probably a terrible idea. And might as well test the theory. Error. The fuck is going on here? I do not know. Right. So obviously 7 lanes is probably better. Also, by the way, there are some upgrades in this game that are much better off than they were in Skylines 1. Like the upgrading and the pathing, a lot of the changes to the road tools are pretty cool. Bottleneck here. Speed limit is still 35. I'm pretty sure it was 35 prior to that. Back actually. Have to wait for the traffic to flow through that got stuck or discombobulated. Yeah, so having, like, a big deal here was having one of the lanes only being a turn lane. That might have even been the biggest issue, was one of the lanes was a turn lane and I didn't notice it. There's only one turn lane instead of 2. There's only... Again, no idea why it does this right here, where it cuts off the inside one. It's not a turn lane. Sure. It doesn't seem to hurt things that much. It might, if this actually was an issue, but there should technically be 4 turn lanes there, and there's only 3. Be 4 here, too.
A driving advisory.
So it works pretty good. I think it was a speed thing, Matt. It might not even be the speed thing. It might have been the...
Exercise caution if you must drive, and
We will test that. It might have been
this is
that lane.
Local public service announcement. How delightful! Another letter from our erstwhile listeners. What's up, honey? Me and my sister love you. Oh, that's nice. Y'all got clarinets and violins, but you got something most music these days ain't.
It's actually pretty cool. You could just straight up upgrade the stuff.
Traced back to the great Hayden himself.
But once again, I think it's basically the same size. I think a lot of it has to do with how fast the traffic is moving.
So, a raison d'etre? Delicious. My sisters say whoever you got playing the
Might have been the fact that that wasn't a turn lane though.
funk in his pinky. But I told her that ain't funk. That's classical. Yes, indeed. That must be most exacerbating. Classical music has been known since the time of the early explorers. Funk, by contrast, is an entirely modern conceit, and you'll find none of that here. Funk, as they say, is for the lay person. Now, let's hear another one of those soulful cants.
We've recently been having what some are calling the worst kind of luck there is. That's right. Today we are talking about the increased likelihood that you'll die.
That's not exactly what an increased death rate measures.
Either way, if everybody is dying, that gives me the creeps.
That's a wild overstatement. Are you trying to make people panic?
Did you say panic?
I think we'll have to come back to this when there's a bigger influx of traffic going right there.
I'll stay and clear up the mess. We'll be back after this.
And on to our main feature story. The commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more high-end stores, bringing the latest.
Real test is replacing this guy here. This guy, the floating. Actually, this isn't even that bad. Actually, it is kind of bad.
Or so my wife tells me. That's good for business and good for the community.
Thanks.
No, it's a 4-lane, 4-lane, 4-lane. You really need, like maybe a 4-lane one-way. So you need essentially an 8-lane highway. This is a 2-lane one-way. Spin to win, guys. Spin to win. Oh my god. Probably could help fix it by putting in more off-ramps, too. Okay. I think we're going to call things here, guys, for this morning. This is actually looking a lot better. There's still some issues with the game. Trying to get over there from the far lane. Why are they doing this? Stop. You there, stop. Stop it immediately. Holy fucking shit. Alright. Anyways, we're going to call things here for the guys for this morning. I don't think we're going to be playing this tonight. Not necessarily because it's super horrible, but I kind of want to play Starfield. So tonight, guys, I think we're going to be going to Starfield. Back to Starfield. We're working on the faction quest right now for UC for the pirates. Give that a go. See where that goes. We'll probably be playing more Skylines in the future as well. Especially if they keep patching it. And maybe take a look after the next patch. Probably going to be this week. Take a look after the next patch. Because they're actually... this last patch was actually very meaty and actually very meaningful. Some things are still broken, though. But helped a lot. So, I'm going to call things here for this morning, guys. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed things, make sure to follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, as well as YouTube Live every day. From late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North American time. I usually stream for 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc. Earlier in the stream was talking about aliens, or specifically the Arrow update from last month, the end of last month. Worth taking a look if you guys are interested in the podcast. But I'm out of here for this morning, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always. And I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Monday morning. Have a good day, guys.